Good morning. Good morning. It is Monday, October 16th, 2019. It is 6:08 in the morning. It's 33 degrees. Going to get up to 42 today, but we will have rain, periods of drizzle. The temperature will be 40 degrees. And we'll be back with more weather in a little while. Let's take a look at the headlines today. Welcome to Radio Westchester. This is Mornings with Bob Marrone. I am Bob Marrone, along with Chris Conway this morning. Let's get to the headlines. Well, our top story, and a rather odd news day today. Nonetheless, the New Rochelle football team did win over the weekend without their coach, although that particular furor continues. People wondering if and when the coach will be back, and all of the fallout affecting the school superintendent. At 9 o'clock today, Bob Cox and I will be together, and we will be talking with the head of the teachers union. Also coming on later this week, the superintendent and the president of the school board, if everything works out. Also here in town, Yankees legend Marrone Rivera raises money for a planned New Rochelle Learning Center. He said he would do that, and that has begun. Hundreds brave the waters for the annual Glen Island Parks Polar Plunge, Chris. They're out of their minds. And we have a special report today on property taxes in New York. And the Ranger general manager, obviously they're upset. 2 individuals were sent down after that penalty-filled game the other night. It wasn't much penalty-filled, but penalty-filled bad penalties, Chris. We'll be back with those stories in just a moment. Again, welcome to Radio Westchester. We are the station at the station, brightly lit and serving the community. Stay right there. Alrighty, let's first take a look at the weather. Once again, it is 36 degrees. The weather is brought to you exclusively by United Hebrew of New Rochelle, voted one of America's best rehabilitation and senior care campuses, and it's right here in New Rochelle. Visit uhgc.com. Periods of drizzle today. Temperatures hovering around 40. Tonight, mostly cloudy with a mix of snow and rain. You heard us. The temperature will be 35, though. The wind will be out of the northwest, 5 to 10 miles an hour. That snow shouldn't stick, shouldn't be too big of a problem. Tomorrow, mostly cloudy, a temperature about 48. Again, that's the average temperature throughout the day. Wednesday, partly sunny and breezy, the high 46. On Thursday, we've got mostly sunny skies, a high around 50 degrees. Let's get to those stories. My paper's falling off the easel. Let's roll. All the New Rochelle football players know now is that they had a game, and everything else is day by day, moment by moment. But after Saturday's stern 21-7 win over the Utica Proctor in the Class AA state championship final, they didn't disguise what motivated them, and they wanted to win for their coach. Their coach is on temporary reassignment, pending an investigation of a matter involving a student. A lot is known about that. You won't want to miss the 9 o'clock segment of the show today. We will be delving into this issue and the school board issue at length with some of the players, including the union head with us later today. We hope over the next couple of days to have the school superintendent and board president, and not everybody agrees on what ought to be. So it's going with what was. So we'll have a lot to talk about later in the program. Hall of Fame Yankee closer Marrone Rivera was honored during a gala at Marina del Rey in the Bronx. This happened on Saturday. The event raised funds to benefit a learning center that Rivera plans to open here in New Rochelle. This in News 12 today. Well, actually, it was yesterday. The Marrone Rivera Foundation aims to provide opportunities to children who come from low socioeconomic backgrounds. It says 53% of residents living below the poverty line in New Rochelle are minors, and he expects to raise hundreds of thousands of dollars. As you know, he already built a beautiful church here in New Rochelle with his own money, which his wife is the pastor. and now he plans the second half of his dream, a center for community's youth. Well, speaking of New Rochelle and these lighter stories, other than the school story, it's mixed. It's nice that they won a football game, but it's also a little bit of like a small town atmosphere. Hundreds of people showed up to Glen Island Park's waterfront on Saturday for the polar plunge for the Special Olympics Glen Island event, and this in News 12 as well. The annual event raises money to support athletes who compete in the Special Olympics in New York year-round. The money goes towards expenses including uniforms, equipment, medals, and travel to competition. Saturday's event raised $175,000, Chris, and that's a lot of money. I just opened your mic. I didn't realize I had it on you. Folks, meet Chris Conway. He'll be with us, involved with traffic and weather and having to put up with me as we go through our daily rituals here on Mornings with Bob Marrone. Say hello, Chris.
Hello, Chris.
I knew you were going to say that after all the years. Okay, well, all right. New Yorkers, well, you know this already. We gave you the mostly good news first, which is rare. It's a slow news day that way, quite frankly. I mean, there's other stuff in there. The president's yelling at witnesses again, but we thought we'd start you off easy on a Monday. But here we go. Property taxes, a source of fun games. New Yorkers pay among the highest property taxes in the nation, but there's some good news. The annual increases have significantly slowed, so rather than kill you instantly, we'll kill you $1 at a time. A report from the state comptroller's office, we know how honest he is, last week showed the average growth in property taxes in New York rose on average 4.2% between 2005 and 2012. Now, a lot of this is the governor is going to take credit because of his tax cap. We get that. Now, Comptroller DiNapoli said overall municipalities have generally held property tax levy growth to below 2%. Here are some of the new details, and here's how it goes. Local governments, now this is enormous amounts of money though, levied $36.6 billion in property taxes during the year thus far, an increase of 2.4%. New York has long held the distinction as having downstate counties paying the highest property taxes in America, particularly, guess who, Westchester and Rockland. Meanwhile, parts of upstate pay the highest taxes compared to home values. It's just... that's enough. How much are we paying? Too much. I'm not even going to go further with that story. Well, Paul Feiner not only keeps winning elections, he's one of the few elected officials that does not let the Postal Service off the hook for all the problems they've had over these last many years. And this is News 12 today. After hearing multiple complaints about mail delivery across Greenberg, the town supervisor is testing its postal service. We'll get him on soon, folks. Long-term Greentown resident and town supervisor Paul Feiner said he's had enough of the service issues and is taking matters into his own hands as well. He's talked to Schumer. He's talked to the to the Postmaster General. He's even gone to temple and prayed to God. Nobody else is helping him, so he's going to do it himself. And he's mailing test letters to different locations around Westchester. The tests are being coordinated by a retired Postal Service manager and put into action by volunteers. Out of a total of 80 mailings that were sent out, 72 were received on time. That's 90%, which is below postal standards at 96.5. Now, Chris, allow me to say...
Yes.
He is, because he's doing it, at least they'll pay maybe a little more attention to Greenberg.
Yeah.
But you can't go back 30 years and hire competent people. You can't go back 30 years and hire supervisors who know how to manage. But most of all, you can't go back 40 years and change the culture that used to be very conscientious about work and being part of a team, where now it's all about me. I want my break. 6 people on the line, I don't care. I'm getting coffee. It's lunchtime. Thousands walking to the front door. Bleep them. I'm going for my sandwich. Oh, it's 4 o'clock. I'm out of here. Oh, you're on the line? Tough whittles, mister. The culture of people going to work. God bless you, Paul Feiner. God bless you, and good luck with that. All right, this out of Yorktown. Police say Yorktown man was caught with pills in an unmarked bottle during a traffic stop Thursday night. They said they noticed a car on Compound Road with its headlights out. When they pulled over the car, guess what they smelled? Come on, Chris.
What did they smell?
Well, there was smoke in the air.
Oh,
marijuana.
yeah.
They say when officers investigated the vehicle, they found the unmarked bottle in the 26-year-old suspect's pants pocket. He's due back in court next month. A Peekskill. Oh, look at this. This one out of Peekskill. Oh, this is shades of the 9/11 hijackers. The city man, 33, was charged with felony assault after he allegedly used a box cutter to slash someone early Saturday following a dispute. The man was being held pending arraignment before a city judge. The victim, or male victim, had a serious but not life-threatening cut on his arm. We're passing through 619. A Wapages man is facing attempted delivery turn to kill 2 police officers on Friday. Some of this up-county and up-valley stuff is pretty good. They're getting with the program. Oh, man, I thought it was it's not podunk up there, is it? Police say Keith Potick, 26, opened fire on officers in Red Hook after they responded to a dispute. Officers fired back. During the shootout, Potick's dog was killed, but Potick was not shot. It was a rough encounter, said the police. No officers were injured during the incident. He's being held at Dutchess County Jail without bail. And also, as we continue up county, residents in downtown Chappaqua are no longer dealing with a giant construction site. They ought to come down here. It took 26 months and cost $16 million, but the village now has new sidewalks, pedestrian plazas, and more. Local shops toughed it out for more than 2 years and say they are finally ready to get back to normal. Speaking of getting back to normal, as soon as the Journal News columnist David McKay broke the news, this happened last week, that Connecticut Democratic Governor Ned Lamont wants to put a toll booth across the state, or toll booths across the state, including a slapper at a 50% toll on his state's minute stretch of 684. New Yorkers had 2 reactions. One had to do with torches and pitchforks. Then they began to plan routes to skirt the 4-bit toll. And on Thursday, Senate Republicans in Connecticut released a transportation plan that would fund Lamont's project without relying on tolls. So hopefully that will be the case. And Chris, sing happy birthday. No, happy birthday. It's Mickey Mouse's birthday. Did you know that?
I did not know. How old is he?
Prepared?
I know there's no cake. I don't
do the math. He was born on November 18th, 1928. Did you know that?
No, I did not know that.
Very famous creature.
I've heard of Mickey Mouse.
Yeah, we know you've heard of Mickey Mouse. By the way, I know I missed a page here. Just, by the way, can I go back to school taxes, to taxes for a moment? No, only because we do have how it breaks up. And I'm always amazed. People were, speaking of the pitchforks and the torches, people run around City Hall here with torches when the taxes come out. They run around George Latimer's house with pitchforks and taxes when that tax goes up. But those are small percentage points, because most of the taxes are school taxes. School taxes account for $23 billion of the total tax in 2019. 63% of the total. Counties accounted for nearly $6 billion, or 16%. So the rest is everything else, all the municipalities. Just thought I'd bring it up. We're going to come back with sports and another look at the weather in just a moment, and then we'll get into some regional and national stories. You're listening to Mornings with Bob Marrone. I am Bob Marrone. Let's take a look at who's taking care of the day today. And we thank our friends at United Hebrew of New Rochelle, the top-rated campus of senior care. Visit uhdc.com. Aging Issues Management, the law firm of Payne and Kahn, Dominic Cigars, and Plug-in Virtual Reality. And it's time for another look at the weather. Well, I knock news copy all over my little desk here. It's time for another look at the weather, brought to you exclusively by United Hebrew of New Rochelle, voted one of America's best rehabilitation and senior care campuses. It's right here in New Rochelle. Visit uhdc.com. Welcome to the program once again. 35, getting up to 42. That'll be the toppers today, folks. A 60% chance of rain. It will be drizzle. And tonight, mostly cloudy, a mix of snow and rain, but the temperature will be over freezing, about 35, and then into tomorrow, getting up to 48. So don't worry about snow or having to deal with it for the most part. Mostly cloudy tomorrow. Wednesday, partly sunny and breezy. The high will be 46. The overnight low will be 34 degrees. Thursday, mostly sunny skies. The high will be 50 degrees. And let's get to sports. Before we go into the regional national stories, Chris prepared a document for me, one that we will be reading in the days ahead. But the Jets, they actually won. Hallelujah.
They found a team worse than the Jets.
What's their record?
The Jets, I believe, now are 3-7, 3-8.
All right. Okay. And Baltimore 41-7, Chris. They won over the Houston whatevers.
I see you have to make more details on my sheet.
Yeah, well, you put Houston in. Baltimore over Houston, 41-7. Patriots 17, Eagles 10. Tonight, Cleveland at the Knicks, Indiana at the Nets. Monday Night Football, the Chiefs versus the Chargers, and they're playing in Mexico City in the heat. Jake Schaefer will be along later this morning at 8 o'clock, and he will share with us his picks of the week, and that is, we'll see how he did. We don't know. I don't remember from what he tells us on Fridays, but you know what happens when the printer becomes short? The paper's curled, and it doesn't stay on the easel. See that? It falls down. It's a matter of physics. So what we have to do is, this is my weather report here, see, so which we'll update a little later.
Nevertheless, get a little science here on Radio Westchester. Physics.
That's right. Did you know airplanes work?
Did I know?
No, how they work, it has really so much to do with air pressure. Want to see something? Now, what did I just do?
You just blew over a piece of paper.
Right, but what did it do when I blew on top of it? Like, do you know why that is? Because you've lessened the air pressure over the top and increased the air pressure underneath. And that's how airfoils work. So people always wondered, how do they fly, Mommy? Well, we just showed you. But what they do is they create the wing. It's called an airfoil. And it's kind of like this. And it makes the air go over the top faster when you drive through the air and it lifts the plane.
Well,
but whenever you do this, look, I mean, it's amazing, isn't it?
The next time I get on a plane, I'm going to think of your demonstration and just sit there in terror.
What you should do the next time you're on a plane is get a piece of paper and blow. All righty, let's take a look at sports, a little more into sports, because this is interesting. Anyone who saw the Ranger game the other night saw a team lose by 1 goal, and they lost because of penalties and mistakes. And they took this poor guy, who's only a journeyman, Michael Haley. He got a penalty, a dumb penalty. Yep. He is no longer a New York Ranger. He was placed on waivers, and he's probably not even going to go to the minors. They might send him to the minors. As the coach said, you take a lazy penalty, you're going to get benched. But in his case, 33-year-old, they will either release him or assign him to Hartford. That's tough for the young man. But one of their future stars was also sent down. When young players such as Kako, Adam Fox, Philip Title have been flourishing in New York, there is one who has noticeably lagged behind. Elias Anderson, who the Blue Shirts tabbed with the number 7 overall pick in 2017. He struggled to gain any traction to the first 18 games of the season, and now he's headed to the American Hockey League. That's their AAA league. A lot of guys get up and down to Hartford. In fact, the Rangers won't like this. Do yourself a favor, folks. Get in your car instead of paying $200 or $300 to go to a Ranger game. Get in your car and drive. Well, Hartford's a little far, but it's still not that far. It's like 2 hours. But get in your car and drive an hour up to Bridgeport. The Islanders Farm Club is there. Absolute best buy in sports because of the salary cap. And because the NHL is so young now, the differences in the two leagues, other than superstars, are barely noticeable.
Right.
And you pay like 1/6 the cost for a great seat. All right, let's go to some of the regional and national news. As usual, the president's in the news today. The impeachment hearings continue. President Donald Trump, this is out of CNN today, you'll like that. Impeachment angst led him to fire off a new attack on key witnesses and threatens to deepen in the frenetic week ahead with crucial testimony scheduled from officials caught in the middle of the Ukraine storm. But as is perpetually the case with the president, above competing scandals and controversies will jostle for attention. That includes fallouts from a mysterious and unscheduled trip to a hospital on Saturday, his fight against efforts to reveal his tax records, and apparent new tactic, firing off searing attack on witnesses who criticized him in television hearings. The president opened a window into the state of his mind Sunday when he lashed out against Jennifer Williams, an aide to Vice President Mike Pence, who described his July 25th call with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky in her deposition as inappropriate. The president, in an appearance on Wednesday from Gordon Sondland, the U.S. Attorney to the European Union, could prove to be the most pivotal, this is coming Wednesday, moment so far. He is the guy who gave $1 million to the president and got an ambassadorship for it, was a supporter of the president. But meanwhile, and the top point of contact with the Ukrainian officials is the president pushed for an investigation into former Vice President Joe Biden. So it's going to be an interesting week. Now, a lot of other stories related to that. Late Friday, what came down, a gentleman who was being interviewed in a closed session that morning, that night, David Holmes, and he confirmed that Trump did ask about Ukrainian investigations in his cell phone call. That because, again, the aforementioned Sondland was talking with the president because the president speaks very loud on the phone, something that Mr. Sondland was warned about. Nonetheless, he held it away from his ear and let everybody at the table hear the conversation, so it's no longer hearsay, more grief for the president, at least coming from his supporters, or at least one of his supporters. We're going to talk a little bit, too, about the former Vice President Joe Biden, what we know he did do with regard to the Ukraine. But first, Trump again asked the top court to block release of his financial records. It will be going to the Supreme Court, and he's continuing to lose those particular lawsuits. So that is to keep an organization such as the Southern District of New York from looking at his tax returns, at least while he's in office, and so that will go to the Supreme Court. Now, excuse me, so much news, so little time. But where is my Biden piece? My Biden piece is here. Well, yes, it is. Here, we got it here, not to worry. Biden's big mouth is what got him into this mess. This came out of the USA Today, and something that Anthony in his calls is pointing out. Biden, who is a virtual gaffe machine, should have kept his big mouth shut about how he used the threat of withholding $1 billion loan guarantee to get the Ukrainian government to fire that country's prosecutor in 2015. Instead, the video shows him going, which Anthony sent to us, shows him going into his own stream of consciousness routine about how he dealt with Ukrainian officials, culminating in this off-the-cuff remark, quote, "I looked at them and said, I'm leaving in 6 hours. If the prosecutor's not fired, you're not getting the money." Well, son of a bee, he got fired. That declaration was delivered in a joking tone, but the joke turned out to be on Biden. The gaffe was a major factor in bringing to light the $50,000 a month position that his son Hunter had with the Ukrainian gas company, even though he had no expertise in the field. The minority Republicans in the impeachment hearings have made it clear that they intend to call Hunter Biden to the stand so they can grill him on just how he managed to land that plum job in a country where his father, the vice president, was taking a major role. As for Joe Biden, he says he maintains, that he learned of Hunter's new job only when he read it in the papers. Perhaps so, but when Hunter Biden was asked in a recent TV interview whether he would have been asked to be on the board of the Burisma Gas Company if his name was not Biden, Hunter replied, "Probably not." Now, again, whether or not that, obviously that happened, but whether or not there was anything more nefarious or by the vice president, that is all fair game to look into and question. But you're still not supposed to do it in exchange for money now. But again, it depends. Okay, so much news, so little time. Let me get all this stuff, so much stuff. Okay, this entire situation, the president's behavior, some of the decisions he's made, good and bad, and the reaction to it by many Americans, particularly the Democratic Party, has obscured some news, Chris, that a year ago was huge news. All the people that worked on his campaign, now another one is going to jail. Roger Stone. Yeah. For decades, Roger Stone played politics as kind of a performance art, said Sharon Lafreniere in the New York Times. Starring himself as professional lord of mischief, as a friend once called him, he tossed bombs and spun tales from political peripheries with no real reckoning. Well, on Friday, a reckoning arrived, a consequence of his efforts to sabotage a congressional investigation that threatened his longtime friend, President Trump. Mr. Stone was convicted in federal court of 7 felonies for obstructing the congressional inquiry, lying to investigators under oath, and trying to block the testimony of a witness whose account would have exposed his lies. Jurors deliberated for a little over 7 hours. He could get as much as 50 years in jail. Now, to his credit, for people who grew up in that kind of mentality, he did not rat out on his boss, if you want to say that. He took the fall, as have others.
Don't you think his strategy is to just get pardoned?
Yeah, but he certainly won't get pardoned before the election. And even if he gets pardoned, it's just going to be one more taint on Trump's brand, because a lot of these people had lied. A lot of these people went to jail. I mean, do you realize that Manafort, Flynn, Cohen, probably Giuliani's going to wind up going to jail? At least this guy refused to drink the Kool-Aid, so I guess you got to give him a couple of plugs for that. But no surprise there. Oh, so much news, so little time. Couple of stories coming out of New Jersey that I want to share with you. And because of what they mean, there was a coach there. He just got off after 7 years of turmoil. A coach in the central New Jersey area in 2012 was coaching third base. Kid coming around the base, and the coach tells him to slide. Ball's hit to right field. They're losing 6-0. Now they've got 2 runs driven in. He's on his way to third, 6 feet away from third. Ball's on its way to third. Tells the kid to slide. Standard stuff.
Yeah.
Kid snapped his ankle. Unfortunately, got infected. He almost lost his foot. Never play baseball again, probably, but he's fine now, more or less. His family sued the coach.
Really?
Yeah. With just low life kind of stuff. And I realized the kid's never going to play ball again. And what they got, and typical of lawyers, one of my criticisms of lawyers, and I always go round and round with one of my favorite lawyers, Murray Richmond, about this, is they get to manufacture stuff and poke at stuff. And they're the only people allowed to lie in court or lawyers, and they're going to get offended by that. But they said things like, how do you know that 6 feet is the distance? How do you know it wasn't more than 2 feet away? Isn't it true that you've only been at the job for 23 days? They just totally ripped this guy apart. And all he did was what millions of parents and teachers across this country do, which is volunteer for a thankless job because parents have become impossible. Yeah. Every kid wants to play every inning. Every kid wants a participation award. Anyway, he was finally acquitted, but that's a hell of a story.
Yeah, it is.
And imagine that. It got him sued. He told the player. It made the first page headlines in their paper, The Times. And it made national news as well. But just an incredible story. Now, another story that came out of New Jersey. You think we had issues here because a coach was suspended for a few days. Hopefully not much longer from what I hear. Is in New Jersey, they had a team, Camden, which is the crime capital of the world, by the way. But we don't. And they were playing up in Pleasantville, not known in New York, Pleasantville, New Jersey, for a big game. The game got canceled. Shootout in the stands. Little kid was hurt though. I don't know. I don't know what else to say about that other than that once again I spilled stuff. What else is new? It's a small space. It is 6:38 as we continue with our stories. We have some good stories. Now, something that's making headlines this morning, Chris. And this is tough because it pulls at your patriotic strings. President Trump cleared 3 members of the armed services on Friday who've been accused of war crimes and convicted of war crimes, overruling military leaders who had sought to punish them. All 3 have been championed by conservative lawmakers and commentators who have portrayed them as war heroes unfairly prosecuted for actions taken in the heat and confusion of battle. In a statement released by the White House late Friday, Mr. Trump announced that he was ordering the full pardon of Clint Lawrence, a former Army lieutenant from the military prison at Fort Leavenworth, where he was serving a 19-year sentence for the murder of 2 civilians. In order the full pardon, Major Matthew L. Goldstein, an Army Special Forces officer who was facing murder charges for killing an unknown Afghan he believed was a bomb maker. He also reversed the demotion of Chief Petty Officer Edward Gallagher, a Navy SEAL who was acquitted of murder charges but convicted of a lesser offense in a high-profile war crime case over the summer. And the president is allowed to do this. He's the commander-in-chief of the armed forces, blah, blah, blah. But some of the people in the military are not happy about it because they have a lot of faith in their justice system. But the reason it pulls on your heartstrings is some of these guys, and in one case, he shot a guy that just killed a bunch of his buddies. It's a very slippery slope. It's hard not to feel, well, good. You don't want to see them go to jail. But military justice is pretty strident. They don't let you off the hook for nothing. So I'm wondering if maybe the president is going to take some heat for that. Not from his base, though. Okay, here's another one. Now, these stories, Chris, what troubles me about these stories is they keep fading further and further. And you're going to say, what stories, Bob? School shootings. The 16-year-old student who killed 2 of his classmates in Santa Clarita, California, died from self-inflicted gunshot wounds on Friday, complicating investigating efforts to understand why he pulled a handgun. Now, they found other guns in this kid's house. His mother dropped him off to school. What I see all too often in some of these stories, like the kid up here in Connecticut who killed 21 babies, for God's sakes, is, where's Dad?
Yeah.
Maybe Dad is here, but why isn't Dad taking more responsibility? Why didn't they mention Dad in the story? Very little is known. Now, if this had happened before the rash of school shootings, we get to the bottom of it. But they didn't get to the bottom of the story up there in Connecticut either. The woman was obviously a wackadoo. I'm so glad that the kid shot her first, because when I say wackadoo, that's not a clinical thing.
No, yeah.
But when you have an autistic kid, and I know it's tough, but you're buying him guns as his hobby and letting him lock himself in the basement, good grief. All right. Some interesting and then nice stories. You ready for those?
Yes. Bring one.
Now, there's a kid, from Belgium. 9 years old. She's about to get a PhD.
9?
Here it is. A 9-year-old child prodigy from Belgium has become a real-life Doogie Howser as he's set to graduate from college next month. And I'm looking at this picture. I thought it was a little girl. My apologies. Lawrence Simons is set to get his bachelor's degree in electrical engineering from the Eindhoven University of Technology in the Netherlands. The young genius will then go for his doctorate in electrical engineering, while also working, this is concurrent now, for a degree in medicine. Lauren's grandparents were the first to recognize he had a gift, and his teachers confirmed it, his parents told CNN. They told us he is like a sponge, The absorption of information is no problem for Laurent. Laurent comes from a family of doctors, but his parents are still grappling to explain how he absorbs knowledge so quickly. And his mom, Lydia, joked, I ate a lot of fish during the pregnancy. What is the kid of gills? You know what's interesting? And I realized they only gave the story about 5 inches, which is a term in the press for how much space they gave him. But it would have been nice and interesting if they included what is the grandparents saw, what kind of behavior.
Yeah.
Like my grandparents no doubt saw in me, Chris.
Yes, of course.
Fine. All right, Venice is sinking. Actually, it's...
Really?
Climate change is killing Venice. Yeah, they got a real problem. The city is suffering its worst flooding in half a century. Most of the time, exceptionally high tide comes, but it's becoming a huge problem. They're going to have to build some sort of dikes, or probably in another 100 years, Venice isn't going to be there.
Wow. And
it's being overwhelmed with tourists, but that makes sense. And all right, there's more. I have the names of people. Somebody shooting a football game. We did that story. Oh, look at all this stuff.
And you said it was a slow news day.
Well, it's a slow news day in terms of locally. Now, just to show you that even Obama's worried about his far left, a story out of the Times over the weekend. Former President Barack Obama offered an unusual warning to the Democratic primary field on Friday evening, cautioning the candidates not to move too far to the left with their policy proposals. This sounds just like the 60s. Even as he sought to reassure a party establishment worried about the electoral strength of their historically large primary field. Speaking before a room of wealthy liberal donors, Mr. Obama urged Democrats to remember the long combative slog of his primary campaign against Hillary Clinton, arguing that the 16th-month battle ultimately made him a stronger general election candidate. Again, even their standard bearer 12 years ago is now fighting to keep his party centrist, because they are on the verge, if not, of throwing the baby out with the bathwater. But what still is interesting is the behavior that the left, the far left, not understanding how their behavior gave us Donald Trump. They just don't get it. So moving right along, what's the other story? Oh yes, okay, this is the one that usually talks people off, but I have it right here. And that is the list of people that are in jail, worked for the president. Cohen, Flynn, Papadopoulos, Manafort, Stone, and of course there are others who have been cooperating, so not been sentenced yet. I mention this because a lot of people, since Mr. Mueller didn't really come out with anything definitive as we passed through 746, people said the Mueller probe was a bust. I guess it was a bust if the Democrats thought it was going to result in some immediate impeachment. But to call it a bust when people are going to jail, and a lot of the people going to jail were lying and preventing the truth from coming out, it's kind of interesting that. But it is what it is. Once again, the Senate will decide if the president's going to be impeached, and likely not. When I say impeached, I mean removed from office. We have 2 other stories that we'll get to when we come back from break. And do you know what they are, Chris? Are you aware that your living room may be spying on you?
I think I know where you're going with this.
Well, do you have one of those echo things?
I don't, but I know people who do.
Right, and also those little cameras. See, we have one right there. Okay, one of our geeks is probably looking at you right now. Mm-hmm. I mean, I'll be in here meeting with some of my phone will read, why did you tell them that? So we are all being spied on. There are tools that you can go in and double check on who's spying on you. So, all righty, we're going to take a quick break, and we will be back with 2 stories. There's a movie coming out called The Report about 9/11 torture. Evidently, there was a lot more torture than we thought. But what makes the movie controversial is the CIA people that did it were just following off orders. Now, what also makes it controversial is the discovery that they don't really want to get out there, and it didn't amount to much. They didn't accomplish much doing it, that it wasn't as effective.
Wow.
And it's not a polemical movie with the point of just demonstrating what happened. So we'll be right back with that, and we will be right back with, is there a tiny spy in your living room. First, this. Have returned. Hopefully you got a chance to sip your coffee. Let's take a look at what we're doing today and what we're talking about here on Radio Westchester on this Monday morning, the 18th. Can you believe it's the 18th of November already? It's raining lightly. It's 35 degrees, going to get up to 42 today. Periods of drizzle. The temperature will be 40 degrees. This quarter hour is brought to you by Aging Issues Management, the law firm Ravanian Kahn, Dominic Cigars, and Plug-in Virtual Reality. It is Monday, again, October 18th, 2019. Thanksgiving's like 10 days away. Did you buy your turkey yet? Or are you a turkey, Chris? At 7:20, we're going to open the phones in a few minutes over what's going on this week in our school system here in New Rochelle. A lot to talk about there. George Latimer's joining us in the 7 o'clock hour, the county executive, and he has some breaking news to share, a decision that he's made that affects the tenure of elected officials, particularly his own position. Jeff Deskovic is joining us at 8:20. He's the man, for those of you who don't know, and most in Westchester do, he was accused of a rape and murder when he was 16 years old. He was falsely convicted, spent 16 years in jail. Took all his youth away. Came out without a dime, because when you're exonerated, as opposed to just let out of jail, Chris, they don't even give you $40 to get a train. Do you know what he did the other day? Passed the bar. Not only did he take the $44 million, I don't know how much you get of that, but he had the biggest settlement ever for someone who was falsely accused. Took the money and started the Jeff Deskovic Foundation for Justice. Went back to school, got a degree. Went to school after that, law school. Now he passed the bar. He goes around the country helping people who were falsely incarcerated get out of jail. You know what I would have done with that money, right? I'd be in Aruba now, running Victoria's Secret fashion shows. But instead, no, Jeff has to do the moral thing. Do you know he actually, Chris, sued and won the prosecutor and the detective that framed him? Yeah, isn't that great stuff? I forgot to pick the one. So we're going to be talking with him at 8:20 today. Greg Luisi joins us today from Tuckahoe, the mayor of Tuckahoe. We haven't spoken with him for a while. It'll be great to have him back. And then at 9 o'clock, the issue about which we'll talk now, Bob Cox, who was a Tuesday guy for 30 minutes. We now will be sharing an hour with him each week because of the work he does in local news. Now, something that he has become an expert on, for lots and lots of reasons, and we spoke a little bit about this on Friday, is the school board and the school situation, particularly the district and the high school here. As you know, he was instrumental, his work in the press of uncovering corruption there. People went to jail. Probably the most knowledgeable reporter on that. Doesn't mean I agree with him with everything, by the way. In fact, I'm not sure we even agree on why the superintendent was rightfully or not reassigned. But we'll be doing that at 9 o'clock, and we will be talking with the head of the union, the teachers union, as well. So all of that coming up today, and we're going to open up the phones on that issue in just a moment. And someone just actually called. So 6:49. How did I miss your call? How did I miss your call? Okay, we will do that. I do that, don't I? I am going to call them back. I am going to call them back. I didn't have it, folks. You'll have to forgive me. I did not have that thing cooking. Because I do want to take the call before I get into these other issues. You're listening to Radio Westchester. It is 6:53 in the morning, and we are calling back the caller that we missed. Did I dial it right, Chris? Well, they're not picking up, but they'll probably call us back now that we woke them up. You're listening to the morning show with Bob Marrone. I am Bob Marrone. I like the little face. That phone number is unavailable. Well, we tried to call it. You tried to call us. We missed you by a few minutes. Our apologies. I forgot to put up my little enunciator here so that I would hear. But two other stories we do want to talk about. This is the CIA Senate class. Hollywood left untold. But again, we have time for that because we really do want to take some calls. And I will prime the school issue in a moment. But please, you're on the air. Good morning. You're on Radio Westchester.
How about Tom from Aruba? Do you want to speak to him?
You know, I knew it was you. I thought I recognized the number. You miserable cretin, Chris. We tried desperately the other day to put electricity in this situation here so we could zap him when he called. What's the temperature in Aruba, young man?
80 degrees as of right now. I just checked. I knew you would be asking.
This is Tom. Say that again.
80 degrees. Every day is a carbon copy of the day before.
This is Tom from Aruba instead of Pam. You know,
the cumulus clouds.
You just had to call, didn't you? It's drizzly here. It's 35 degrees. Tonight we're going to have a mixture of snow and rain, but it's not going to stick. Do you feel better now, Thomas? Do you feel better that you're
Today we have a mixture of sunny skies and blue water.
You just had to do this. Now, are you out of your mind going up in that balloon? He sent us a picture yesterday, Chris. He was in the balloon.
I could never do that.
You could never do it? No. One balloon taking up another balloon. You look like... Anyway, no. What was that like?
Well, when I took off, it was really exciting. When I got up to the top, I was really calm and it looked great. And then people on the beach told me there was some guy, later in the day they told me this, there was some guy up there and the balloon started coming down at a very quick rate, and nobody ever saw that before. They thought something was going wrong. I probably dropped from 200 feet down to like 130 feet in maybe 3 seconds, and I thought I was going to tip over. I got real scared. It was because my wife, who was down on the boat, told me that the driver wasn't paying attention. And you have to keep going and do, I guess there's a certain technique to keeping it airborne. And the driver wasn't really paying a whole lot of attention. And then he realized that something, had to be done right away. And he all of a sudden, he started moving forward very quickly in the boat, which caused me, of course, to go back up in the air. But it sort of took it was really, I had a lot of, I was worried for a while.
Anxiety.
Come down or not.
Can I just give you a little advice? You don't take, now, I'm sure you have life insurance and a nice home. You do not go up in the air, not sure how you're going to come down when your wife is next to the guy who controls it. What the heck? I mean, she's probably looking up there. She didn't see a balloon. She saw dollar signs. Can someone give me a BB gun, please? This balloon is going down. Man,
I had a good laugh before I went up. Like, I did draw a comparison, but not a very good one. Remember that when poor JFK was assassinated, and Mrs. Kennedy, instinctively tried to climb off the back of the limousine
to pick up a piece of brain. Yeah,
I was doing that. When it was my turn, I jumped up and I put one foot up on this side of the boat, and I was going. And of course, I got pulled back in. But then I was looking at that rope that they hold the balloon up with from the plane, from the boat, and I was wondering if that rope was strong enough. All these things are going through your head.
Well, yeah. Now, what was it like coming down, and where do you land? Or did they pull you right back to the boat?
You take off from the seat of your pants on the boat, and you're in a harness, and there's 2 hooks on the harness attached to the balloon. and you sit on the bottom of the boat or the back of the boat, and then the wind, you go quicker in the boat, and the wind picks up, of course, and it lifts you right up. I mean, it's like, I don't know. When you were a kid, did you ever fly a kite and
Sure.
it started to lift you off the street, off the ground?
No.
So that was sort of how you got up in the air.
Oh.
And then when you're up there, you're over all buildings. I'm looking literally down, straight down, and it was surreal because I do have a little fear of heights, more than a little. I wanted to go up there to overcome it, and I did. I made it.
You know what would be a lot of fun? To have like a secondary sport, have like a bunch of people in another boat with duck hunting rifles. See if you can shoot the balloon out of the air. It's miserable, Critton. Now,
speaking of coming down, you land on your feet on the back of the boat.
And you felt totally comfortable with that? You were in a... the landing would bother me.
Actually, the takeoff and the landing were my favorite parts. While you're up there, there's like nothing to do but look around.
Now,
going up and coming down.
Did you have a life vest on, in case you bunked into the water?
Yeah, there's something in there in case you land in the water.
I would have wanted to be in a bubble. I have this thing. I had this fight when I was a kid. We had this public pool in Sunset Park in Brooklyn. And I had the place to have a fight is not at the pool. And this guy held me underwater where I almost drowned. And ever since, I don't like to have my head underwater. So I was in Mexico with my daughter about 25 years ago, and she's a really good swimmer. And I tried to do, what is it, with the scuba dive, not scuba, the one with snorkel diving. But the problem is you got to put your face into the water, and when you put your back feet up, it forces your head down. And I didn't like that. So I was like making a U. I was like this in the water. So every time I put my head down, my feet would go up in the air, and it forced my head down further. So then I pick it up, and I start spinning like I was on a rotisserie. I'm a mess when it comes to... I can swim, but I don't like going underwater. So anyway, I don't know.
You left me an opening there for a lot of things I could say. Being that I'm in Aruba today, I'm going to let that slide.
Now, can I ask you a question?
So you're a guy that stands in front of a hockey puck going 85 to 100 miles an hour with no problem.
Well, that's true.
A little snorkeling got you unsettled.
Yeah, that goes to show you one man's poison is another man's pleasure. But also, by the way, speaking of hockey, you can use certain things. As you know, I'm a hockey nut, folks. I'm sorry about that as we pass through 701. One of the great lessons in motivation is that when you play the game, now before the game, when guys are shooting around, you have to see me. I don't get in front of the net. B, if I go behind the net, I put my arm up over my face. But when you're in the game, you want the puck to hit you. Isn't that interesting? Because you're hoping it'll go in off your body, or maybe you'll get a goal. And,
really?
Yeah, so you're not afraid of it in the game. There's this one guy I play with that I'm afraid of because he doesn't know where it's going, and he's got a cannon. And he once broke a guy's cup, and I've never forgotten it. Yeah, he did.
Oh my God!
We heard the walk, and we told this guy when we just assigned him for our men's team, and we said when Timmy gets the puck, do not square him. Stand sideways like like they teach you if you're going for a what is it when two guys are gonna? Chris, help me out here. When two guys are gonna 6 paces and shoot each other. Oh, duel. Yeah. Stand sideways, make yourself a lesser target. But no, he squared away. Go ahead, hit me with it, Tim. We heard thwack through the whole building, and he was moaning like a child on the rink. And
so it broke his supporter in half, huh?
Well, it didn't break in half. That would be an exaggeration. But it did was it dented the middle and discolored all the green plastic. No, but so you don't mind, but Timmy, no, God bless him. Timmy was a former boxer, great player, not always known with the puck. Let's just say he played hockey like a former boxer. And
wow.
But that's just an interesting thing. So yeah, I don't like my head underwater, but it is what it is. So let us ask you a question about motivation. What has you call a radio show at 6:30 in the morning? When you're in Aruba with a beautiful woman, your wife? What kind of evil blood cell is inside you to tell us this?
I I don't know. I got somebody here who's going to answer the question to you, though. No? Come on, Anna. Say a few words.
Is this the missus? Hi.
Hi, Bob.
Now, can I just tell you, if I was there in Aruba with you, all my attention would be directed to you. All my time would be directed to you. I wouldn't be... Now, can I ask you something?
Sure.
Were you tempted to shoot that balloon with a BB gun when he was up there?
To be perfectly honest, the thought did cross my mind, but I did notice that the driver wasn't really paying attention, so I wasn't going to get involved anyway.
You know, because you and I could have run away with a bucket full of money.
Absolutely. We could have ran away to any of these Caribbean islands and been perfectly happy.
Yeah, we could have.
What's the term when somebody's doing something wrong and the other person's aware of it, but they don't take action?
Oh, well, complicity. But then there's the Italian phrase, which is gurnud. It's a guy who knows his wife is fooling around, and he says, it's fine, I don't care. It's like the biggest insult you can give someone. And they didn't use quite the word. If you remember in Goodfellas when they were at the table, the way Joe Pesci puts it, he's a jerk. Everybody knows he's a jerk, and he doesn't care. So, Anna, how...
Ask her how the... Oh, you have another question. Go ahead.
No. Anna,
Yes, Bob.
so what does he have you doing every day while he's up in balloons and calling the show?
Well, when he was up in the balloon, I was down in the boat just taking a video of him. But he doesn't have me doing anything. I'm basically doing whatever I like to do, which is a lot of swimming.
Okay.
There's a lot of really nice spas over here. I have a book that I read. There's wonderful people here on the island to talk to and have conversations with. So I'm just really relaxing and enjoying my time. And if Tom wants to do his little sports thing, it's really okay with me. I have no problem with it. And I know you guys have a good time whenever he calls, so why not?
Now, Anna, does he drag you off to Islander games?
Before we got married, when we were engaged, every single date was to an Islander game.
Oh, my goodness. Well, he's really missing
I had
romantic.
to learn. Well, not only did I have to learn the game, I also had to learn all the players' names. And I had to also know all the rules.
So this is fair.
Was at an Islander game. That was our date.
Wow, Mr. Excitement. Did he spring for a couple of hot dogs at least?
No, I think I brought the hot dog.
See, this makes it so good. We're talking with Palm from Pelham, but he's really in Aruba with his wife, Anna, who's really being a good sport. So let me see if I got this right. After you got married, hockey ended, sex ended, you guys are the typical married couple.
Well, no, it did not end for me, but...
Oh, yeah. But I'm not talking about what happens outside the home. I knew I'd like.
Actually, I'll be honest with you. I really got interested in the Islanders, and after we got married, I actually wanted to go to the games because I was so involved in it.
So it is like sex. You wanted to go to the games, but he said no.
No, we still went.
Oh, we still okay. Well, that's
We got
good.
married in 1980, Bob. That was what happened in 1980 and 81, 82, Bob, 83. What happened to the New York Islander team?
Well, they were. Look, see, this is a setup, Chris. They had a dynasty. They won 4-0, and they were one of the classiest teams in sports, by the way. I'm not supposed to say that as a Ranger fan, but they were. And the best two-way defenseman I ever saw was Potvin, which is a sin for a Ranger fan to say, but absolutely the best two-way defenseman I ever saw was Jean Potvin. It was not Jean Potvin, it was Dennis Potvin. His brother was pretty good, too, though. But as I told you many times...
So, Bob, at 11 o'clock today, we have to get a massage.
Okay. I'm going to let you go now, and I don't want anything. I want your plane to fly safely. I want you to have safe water experiences and a nice massage. Now, let me ask you, do you go for your massages separately?
No, we went together. When we arrived, we booked 2 massages, so we had the first one together. Today, we're going to talk about it. I don't know, after this conversation you had with Anna, I'm not sure if she's going to want to have a massage with me now.
Well, have a great vacation, happy ending, or whatever goes on at the massage place. Thomas, thank you very, very much. And
Take care. Bye-bye.
tell you I thank you thank you very much, Anna. We really appreciated the call. It's raining, but before you go, let me give you guys an update on the weather. It just went up to 36 degrees. It's raining across the Sound Shore, but it's 80 degrees in Aruba. Try not to enjoy yourselves too much.
God. Oh, so sorry for people in New York.
Yeah, I'm so sorry, but I know you. Take care.
All right, Bob.
Tom and Anna from Aruba were turning off their phone. And Chris, that was pretty mean, but fun, you know?
We should just give the Aruba weather report. Forget about New York. Who wants to hear about that? 80 and sunny. That's what I want.
80 and sunny. That's what I do want to hear. All right, let me see where I'm going here. I've got all kinds of different things to do. I haven't checked the texts or phone, but we are going to hit you with the top of the hour in a moment. You gotta love it, folks. One of our guests, and we're not gonna say who, we'll let him tell you himself, just got a hold of us. He has a flat in his car. He's having it taken care of. Why am I laughing at that? That kind of stuff always happens to me. All righty, it is 7:09. It is Monday, November 18th, 2019, 36 overcast. It's drizzling across the Sound Shore. We're going to get up to 40 today. Periods of drizzle throughout the day tonight, snow and rain. Welcome to the 7 o'clock hour of Mornings with Bob Marrone. I am Bob Marrone. This is Radio Westchester. We're the radio station at the train station. I'm here with Chris Conway this morning. In the days and weeks ahead, you will hear a lot more from him after he gets his sea legs and we get this all sorted out. Today, the top stories. The football team here in New Rochelle, they won despite not having their head coach. They won over the weekend by a score of 21-7. Still waiting to see if he will be reinstated. Yankee legend Mariano Rivera had a fundraiser this weekend for his planned New Rochelle Learning Center. That to go along with the church that he built, the church that Mariano built, and at which his wife Clara is the pastor. Also here in Rochelle, hundreds braved the waters for the annual Glen Island Park Polar Plunge, and the money raised went toward expenses including uniforms, equipment, medals, and travel to competitors. We already bored you with all the tax stuff. And Paul Feiner, the man from Greenberg, you gotta love Paul Feiner. He went to the feds, he went to his senators, he went to his congresspeople, and no one really helped make things better in terms of the Postal Service in the Sound Shore and the Scarsdale and Greenberg areas. So he did his own test. He sent out 80 mailings that were sent out. 72 were received on time, 90% below the postal standard of 96. But hopefully someone will at least beat up the postal people where he is so that they won't have to hear him. But our contention is that he can't change a culture that has been eroding the work culture in this country and the hiring culture in federal government and so forth. He can't. That's like turning around an aircraft carrier and the Holland Tunnel. Don't forget, now coming up in the 8 o'clock hour, we will have Jake's Picks of the Week. This hour, George Latimer is joining us. We may or may not hear from our favorite attorney, Mike Duffy, for reasons you understand. We might hear from Vince, though, and that's something that we'll see how he did in his latest visit to church. Chris, you're not aware of this. Vince Russo comes on regularly. He used to be on our show a lot 12 years ago. Well, Vince went from being an agnostic to finding God and going to church every week. So we're like kind of been interested in his conversion. What do you look at me with that skeptical look? And he was sincere. He's really sincere.
I don't doubt his sincerity.
He lost God and he found him in the glove compartment. So
it's always in the last place you look.
Anyway, all right, it's 7:12, and we got a few minutes open to the phones. 914-222-3141. What we want to open to the phones about, and I spent a lot of time on the phone this weekend trying to figure out what really has gone on, what the event was, as best we can understand it while an investigation is ongoing, why the coach was reassigned. Friday, I spent a good deal of time on a monologue, and the theme of that monologue was that integrity is a difficult thing to deal with. A school system that had so many problems for so long, including the death of a student, people going to jail from the certain departments in the school, the undoing of a superintendent and a principal, the careers affected by many others, turmoil in the school board, and so forth. So we'd like to hear from you, and we do believe that Mr. Vince, that was him, but he doesn't let it ring. So what we're going to do is try back again, mister. He didn't let it ring. Vince was calling in. At any rate, we're going to talk with you about that, and we're going to ask Vince about who also is a public official, the way the school works. But the problem here in New Rochelle is one of we don't know why he was suspended, what particular protocol was violated, and until we know that, we're going to withhold the rest of our judgment. I was pretty judgmental on Friday. Some people thought I went too far, but I can only work on what I know. And after having spent a considerable amount of time with this new principal, after knowing that one of the superintendent, after understanding that one of the problems that the school has was a lack of transparency and integrity, my take was, and it remains until proven otherwise, that integrity is a difficult thing to deal with. In other words, if this wonderful coach, beloved as he may be, well-intentioned as he may be, if, as we understood the story, he violated a protocol, and that is why he was temporarily reassigned, I can't have a problem with that. You know, I've heard other sides of this story that say that it wasn't quite as simple as that there may be some palace intrigue involved. We'll reserve our final judgment. But I maintain that even in the face of the truth, and if the truth turned out that he broke regardless of the good intentions, that he broke with the school protocols and policies, that people would still be up in arms once it's proven. And that's unfortunate because that's mob rule. Anyway, let's go to the telephone. We have some questions for this man. Vince, good morning.
Good morning, Bob. I did let it ring. It rang and rang, and then it went to voicemail.
All right, so I wasn't paying attention, okay? It's busy here, but besides, did you hear that man from Aruba, how cruel that was to tell us about how much fun he's having?
No, I didn't actually.
Well, let me ask you, because we questioned. Now, your wife is in a boat down below, and you're up about 300 feet in one of these balloons that they float you up in when you go to, go on vacation. Do you think if we gave your wife a BB gun, she'd take a couple of pot shots at the insurance?
No, because I would never be up in one of those.
Oh. All righty. It would be
the other way around.
We wanted to get some wisdom from an outsider. And when we say that, you are a public official where you live. You've had to deal with your schools. We have a special segment today at 9 o'clock where we're going to be talking with, of all people, the union head. A really good journalist is going to be with us. Bob Cox has done a lot of the work that actually has shed light on the school district. But this guy's going to come on, and his point of view is going to be that he wants the superintendent out. And I'm not sure why, because reassigning this guy without having said what he did, again, her position was that, well, I can't say what he did because then I'm prejudging him. But what he's saying is that manifests prejudgment anyway, just by suspending him, blah, blah, blah. And union heads, by definition, are like politicians, though. I'm going to be a healthy skeptic because they just want they want to be sure that their teachers are happy, not necessarily seek the truth. What has it been like in your tenure to deal with school boards?
School boards are a tough situation. You know, I had a discussion with a member of our school board recently, and we were just kind of exchanging notes about being public official. And I said to him, "And
I would not want to be a school board member for any kind of money. I said, being a council person, the most that people get annoyed with us about is taxes, but, they don't feel that in their gut. Whereas a school, it's their kids, and, oh my God, no matter what you do, no matter what you say, you can't get it right. It's really tough. And they're bound by a lot of privacy laws and constraints and things like that. We had a situation where a teacher was being not fired, but her contract wasn't being renewed. So in essence, I guess that's the same thing. And it came up in public meeting, and all they kept saying was, well, there are circumstances that we can't discuss.
Yeah, that's what happened in this case.
And blah blah blah. So they're constrained by a lot of that kind of stuff, especially when it comes to dealing with an incident that involved a student. No, they're not allowed to say the student's name. Mm-hmm. They're really not allowed to give too much information about what the incident was and all that. And it really begs the question of, well, then how can the public know why you're taking the action you're taking, or when they don't really have all of the facts and all of the information at hand. So it presents a quite a difficult situation.
Yeah, it really does. And it's so hard. One of the things that one of my sources was telling me, be careful about rushing to judgment, because you don't know what kind of palace intrigue goes on, who may have had it in for the coach, what kind of internal struggles there were going on. And I'm saying, my God, why would I ever want to be a superintendent of schools then if I can't make the calls that I need to make without all this external pressure?
Now, are they calling for the removal of this new lady who just took over as
Absolutely they are, yeah.
But there's probably more to it than that.
Well, there is. There's the original problem.
Are you saying they didn't want... There was a lot of objection to this lady to begin with?
Yeah, there was a lot of objection to this lady, as you know. And by the way, by all accounts, when you look at her record, and after interviewing her for an hour, she seems to be someone of uncommon integrity. And so right now, my sense is that integrity creates a lot of problems for people. It doesn't make me right yet, and we'll know more as we go forward. But yeah, she is the person that sued that racist commissioner superintendent in New York, and I'll continue to call him racist. The racist commissioner who is clearly anti-white. And she sued him because she was replaced by people of lesser skill because she was white, or at least that's her belief. And so she sued him, and she has every right to do that. Now, there are all these different underbellies involved in pushing back. They don't want her there because of the lawsuit. People wanted her to drop the lawsuit. She says, no, I'm not doing it. And then they said she's unfit to be there because, and one of the underlying things, which absolutely makes my blood boil, is that a white person could never be a victim of bias. How silly is that? So, and you know how I am. I grew up with the civil rights movement. I get it. There is white privilege. But when I hear a teacher automatically suffers from being a white supremacist if they have a sense of urgency, I got to tell you, we can't allow the extremes in this country to do what they're doing. So that she's pushing back, she's there, but this has not helped her. Now, kind of like with the impeachment, Vince, we run into this all the time when people say for practical matters she just should let this go, or for as a practical matter it was politically dumb to do that. Should everything we do be based on the politics of the mob? Because that's what the country's evolved to.
Well, that's what people want. You saw it, and I think I mentioned this in an earlier call about how the left was up in arms because Al Franken was forced to resign after doing stuff that...
Although most of the left went after him, though. The left went ultimately, though, Vin, the left did what they do, and they went after him, and his was one of the more benign... actions. See, I don't think he should have resigned.
Well, but where do you draw the line? I mean, he put his hands on the woman inappropriately, and she didn't tell him to touch her butt.
Oh, with the photograph on the plane. That's what he got in trouble for when he was a comedian or something like that. But
No. He was, while he was a senator, he was at the state fair, and a woman and her husband came up to him and said, "Can we take a photo with you?" And he said, "Sure." The husband was taking a photo of him and her, and he had his hands all over her butt.
I was not okay. Well, either way, I hear your point. I don't want to go off on a tangent and not be sure of myself, but your point is well taken nonetheless. But again, in my view, his was less egregious than some others. Where do you draw the line? But that is the question. People are entitled to due process, and the left has made sure that in many cases there is no due process.
Well, I think both sides have made sure there's no due process. I think you look at Coach Paterno in Penn State. When that whole thing came about, and everybody said, "Oh my God, why is Joe being fired and vilified and all that?" And he, just tried to cover up a very heinous act. I mean, this other guy was molesting these students, and he, but he was so popular. He was, Mr. Joe. He's been the coach here for 90 years.
We have that here in New Rochelle too. Coach, I forget Coach L or Mr. Coach D. I forget. Forgive me for that. Very popular, very well liked, and.
Well, we don't suffer. In a small municipality like ours, we don't suffer as much of the politics as you do in a large city like you have.
Well, you know what? We may just be the perfect storm for this kind of thing because the reaction to the coach being temporarily reassigned has been as if it were a small town. As if football was the most important thing we did here.
You see, here, that wouldn't be the case because, we're a tiny little town and the football team is... So if our coach was in a situation like that, then there would not have been the uproar there is here. In other places where football is very important, I agree with you. It would have been more of a deal. Here it's more. The rankings of the schools is one of the huge issues that we have in our Board of Education. People read these New Jersey Monthly magazine, and it ranks our town as is number 3, and everybody's all happy, and then it ranks it as number 44, and everybody's all up in arms. Our property values are plummeting.
You're right about that.
Those are the controversies we have here. And it's less partisan politics. Where whether you're Democrat or Republican here, as far as the school board is concerned, matters little. So you don't have that kind of situation where the party matter. I think what our school board often does is they point fingers at each other, and they point fingers at the superintendent and the principal and the teachers, which I feel is kind of crazy. We had some situations where parents came, to a school board meeting, and they expressed concerns about various things. And, instead of saying, well, okay, we hear you, and there's a problem here, let's, sit down with the interested parties or whatever the case may be and come to a solution. It's, well, we didn't know about that. Did you know about that? No, I didn't. Well, the superintendent didn't tell us. And
it doesn't seem that you have the kind of optics concerns that we do. For example, here in New Rochelle is a city that is very diverse. It has a downtown, it has poor neighborhoods, it has very rich northern neighborhoods. And the school system for the longest time had a great reputation. And all of this attention worries the elders, if you will, because it does hurt property values. They are concerned about people moving out of town because of the school problem. And what's interesting, or problems we've had, is the very interesting dichotomy. Most of the people who push for extremely liberal policies, it's not, I mean, certainly there are a lot of minorities that have concerns, but it's the rich white folks from the North End and from other parts of Westchester that push those policies, and it's their property values that will be affected. It's really interesting, but very interesting dynamic, to say the least. Hey, moving on, what's going on with, did you go to church yesterday?
Yes, I did.
And what was were you still well received? Have they recognized you as the heretic that you are?
No. I'm still in good standing. Still friends with everybody.
Okay. Now, next case is what did you think of what went on Friday with the president? He's already started tweeting now, attacking various witnesses. Do you think anything matters anymore? Do you think there's anything that this president would do that would upset his base? Anything?
No, I don't think there is.
Why?
I don't know why. That's the problem. I mean, it's just bizarre. Anything that he does, they're all for it. I mean, we're a predominantly Republican town here, and all the people I know think he's doing a great job. That this is all a witch hunt. This is all out to get him, and they don't see any of the stuff. They don't even see the non-political stuff that he's done that's been a disaster. This whole tax cut, so to speak.
Oh, yeah. They added $1 trillion to the national deficit.
Yeah, they don't see running up the deficit as being a problem. They don't see how he has screwed up the relationship with every single country that we had been friends with in the past, and doesn't see how he screwed up the economy with the tariffs. They all think that it's all wonderful.
Is that the case?
It defies logic.
Or is it just that they and certainly there are people who would understand this, that they so cannot abide the left? How much of it is the latter, Vince?
Well, I think it's a little bit of both, but I don't know. I can't explain how people do this. And I understand partisanship in these things. When Nixon was being impeached, the Republicans were steadfast that he was fine, he didn't do anything, and then finally, when the tapes came out and he proved to have been complicit in the cover-up, then they finally came around. I don't think if they even have that kind of evidence.
Oh no, it doesn't matter, because it's pretty clear that this in some cases, whether it amounts to obstruction, that the president's been very obstructionist with this. And if Nixon did 1/10 of the things that this president's done, he would have been out of office sooner, probably. I don't know, or he resigned. I don't think they're going to impeach him, at least remove him from office. But it really is a head scratcher. Or maybe it's not. When you look at the other side of it, and I always use, and Jeannie Zaino and I fight about this all the time, because New York is not the rest of the country. But when I see this school chancellor in New York and what he's doing, it's enough to make anyone vote Republican. Which I think actually the country's in great need of a center-right Republican of the old stripe. But they don't exist anymore, or they've abdicated. I don't know. What happened to a fiscally conservative, middle-of-the-road Republican? What happened to them?
Well, when we have, you ask how people don't see what Trump is doing. When Barack Obama was first elected, Mitch McConnell said, our job is to see that this president fails.
I remember it very well.
Now, what do you say to that? I mean, what do you say to someone who says, we don't want our country succeeding? And everybody on the right agreed with him 100%, and the Senate and the House, when they were Republican, proceeded along those lines. And so how could you possibly think that there's going to be any kind of compromise, any kind of looking for solutions to the problems we have when we have an attitude like that?
Or when David Nunes says that this whole process is fake, or to lose respect for the very house that he's in, to have an impeachment inquiry is something that they're legally allowed to and even obligated to do. That's their job. It's one thing to say, I don't agree with it, he said he didn't do any of these things, but instead of saying he didn't, which they can't, they just say the process is flawed. The game has taken place of the system. It's all about who can lie better.
Mm-hmm. Well, if you look at throughout history, all of the dictators and people like that who have come and gone on the world scene, they all use these similar tactics. They all said that the press was rigged and that no one should believe what they hear in the press, that they create these boogeymen, whether it's the Jews or, immigrants or whoever, and they get all these people riled up, and that's how they take power. Now, Trump is using the exact same things, except now he's got the power of this social media nonsense, and it makes it even more powerful and more pervasive and more far-reaching because of the way we have technology today.
Well, yeah, I don't know what the answer is, Vince. I know I have George Latimer coming on next, who's probably going to make some news, by the way, my next guest. So you're headed off to a conference, are you not?
We're going down to the New Jersey League of Municipalities convention in Atlantic City.
Atlantic City is a story of politics, man. That place is a hellhole. It's got these wonderful hotels surrounded by a slum. It's a fascinating city.
Yeah.
Fascinating.
All of them, not all, but there was supposed to have been a large portion of the gambling revenue and taxes to rehabilitate the city, and none of it has happened. It's politics at its worst, and it's typical New Jersey politics.
Yeah, we can go on and on about New Jersey politics. I see did you see the story in your papers down there where the coach told the kid to slide and he got sued? I got to take this call. I got to move on because it's time for us to talk with the county executive. And we'll be right back.
Okay,
with the county executive. Listen, you travel safely. Thanks very much. That's Vince Russo, folks. So we count on him for some common sense. And we are going to go now to, hopefully I got him on. It is time to switch gears, and we're going to talk to the county executive in about 30 seconds. First, it is 7:35. The county executive is right on time. It is 35 degrees, headed to 42 today, periods of drizzle. You're listening to Radio Westchester, Mornings with Bob Marrone. I am Bob Marrone. This half hour is brought to you by Aging Issues Management, the law firm of Pena & Kahn, Dominic Cigars, and Plug-in Virtual Reality. And the weather is brought to you exclusively by United Hebrew of New Rochelle, voted one of America's best rehabilitation and senior care campuses, and it's right here in New Rochelle. Visit uhgc.com. And right now, 35, headed to 36, headed to 42 today. Periods of drizzle off and on throughout the day. Mostly cloudy tonight with a mix of snow and rain. The temperature will be 35. Mostly cloudy tomorrow, 48 degrees. Wednesday, partly sunny and breezy. The wind out of the west at 10 miles an hour. The high will be 46. And Thursday, mostly sunny. A high will be 50 degrees. And we go to our next guest. He's been the county executive now, almost coming up on 2 full years. I think I have the numbers right. Sometimes I get confused. Please welcome, without further ado, the county executive from Westchester, George Latimer. Good morning, county executive.
Good morning, Bob. How are you today?
Pretty well, all things considered. A little bit, sometimes my thoughts are coming to me slow. My brain slows as I age, sir, and get ready for the holidays. We understand that you have some news for us.
Well, I do. Excuse me. Today I'm submitting legislation to the Westchester County Board of Legislators, which will reduce the maximum terms of a county executive from 3 terms down to 2 terms. Not quite a decade ago, the Board of Legislators passed a law that created term limits in Westchester County, 6 2-year terms for legislators, totaling 12 years maximum service, and 3 4-year terms for the county executive, maximum 12 years service. Now, my predecessor did not sign the law into place, but it became law without his signature. And this time around the track, it's the county executive, myself, that's taking the initiative to reduce the amount of years that a county executive can serve. And it starts with me. I'm not grandfathering myself into the bill, as often happens when you pass these things. It applies to the next person who holds the office, but not in this case. In this case, it will reduce my maximum term from 3 to 2. Now, I don't do that
lightly, because that's 4 years of your life, that's a potential. But I do it because I'm very concerned about the balance of power with executive power and legislative power. We're watching it play out in Washington, D.C., and it exists in Albany as well. And in this particular case in Westchester County, I think I tried very hard to work with the Board of Legislators to try to do things collegially. But I see structurally that the county executive position holds a lot more power than any individual legislator. So my belief is you should restrain that power by having the county executive serve less time, and therefore you guarantee that there will be a turnover in the county executive's office more frequently. Now, the voters can turn over any time they want, but many times the power of the county executive, the incumbent, is they can raise more money, they get more press, they can reward and punish people with firing and hiring people. So it can be difficult, not impossible, but difficult to beat an incumbent. So to limit the length of incumbency and cut, in essence, a third off of what is currently allowable, I think is wise. I think it shows balance. And I'll tell you, Bob, I don't know any other example of an executive that voluntarily restructured their maximum service. I mean, it fits in with what I did when I first got into office, taking the county executive names off the signs. You get a flyer from the Parks Department. It doesn't have the county executive's name splashed all over it. It's a different mindset, and I think it's the right mindset for this era.
Have you sent up any trial balloons to the legislators? I mean, obviously, I think it's like 13-1. You have a majority there. They'll probably approve it, but do you think you get any pushback?
I think there'll be some individuals who may not agree with it. I think there's a majority support, but I wouldn't get into the partisan thing. First of all, term limits are generally more popular with Republicans than Democrats, so I would expect Republicans on the board to probably embrace this more quickly, and I do think there'll be significant support. And we're not touching the legislative term limits; we're touching the executive term limits. It strengthens the board. So it's hard for me to imagine, from the standpoint of personal interest, why they would be particularly concerned about reducing the county executive's authority. And I also think that people understand this is a different era. If you go back, a number of years, you had county executives that routinely won 3 terms or more. Andy Steno, Al Zabello, Eddie O'Rourke, Ed McCallion all had 3-4 terms. But you were dealing in a different environment. You didn't have social media. You didn't have an internet. You didn't have people engaged on issues large and small. You didn't have this kind of radio where people, are available. And so I embrace the modern era. And the modern era of dialogue oftentimes finds that, you have a shelf life that's a lot shorter. If you get 2 terms of 8 years, that's like a lot. It's not, as it was years ago, people really know who the county executive was. It's just everything was stable, so they were fine. And they reelected whom they knew. Also, I think you're going to see more competition. You mentioned about the Democrats have such a large majority, which we do now. But, the difference is that the Democratic Party almost always has primaries. The Republican Party, not too much. So you're going to see plenty of conflict in the years ahead with different people competing, but in certain areas. Mount Vernon's the best example I could give you. Mount Vernon's a whole Democratic city, but you had 4 or 5 people competing to become mayor. It wasn't for lack of choice. Now, ideologically, some communities are heavily Democratic, and if you're a Republican in those communities, you don't feel very much like you have a lot to say. But let's be candid. There's some Republican communities, too. Eastchester, Harrison, Mount Pleasant, one Democrat won once in Mount Pleasant over the last 30 years. Eastchester's been a solid Republican community for a long time. So, it's not just one party that has dominance. It's wherever the registrants are in force. It so happens right now in this era that the Democrats have had 3 straight years, 17, 18, and 19, with really tremendous victories. But I know as a kid growing up in this county, it was year after year Republican victories. I mean, not 1 or 2 or 3 years. It was 15 years. And, the demographics have changed.
Well, they certainly have. It is 7:42. Our guest, County Executive George Latimer, here on Radio Westchester. He's just announced that he has proposed or will propose legislation to cap the term limit for the county executive to 2 terms. It does not include, if I understand it correctly, a cap on the legislators themselves. Is that correct, County Executive?
That's correct. It deals with the county executive seat because of the power that one individual has, which far exceeds the power of any individual legislator. And I might add, those who listen to this know, I served as a legislator in the county for 13 years. I was chairman of the Board of Legislators for 4 years, so I held the highest legislative position you can handle. So I think I'm a pretty good student of the relative powers of both the board, the chair of the board, and the county executive seat. And that's informed opinions, having the experience yourself.
Wow. How do you think this is going to be received? I mean, even though there are not a lot of legislators and stuff, the Republican Party is bound to have a reaction to that. People in the press a reaction. How do you expect that this will be received, County Executive?
Well, look, the first thing is it's a two-party system. And so even when I do things that might appeal to the Republican base, the people, the average everyday Republicans, the Republican Party leadership, not the elected Republicans, but the Republican Party leadership and the strong partisans will find a way negative. We submitted a budget that had a cut in taxes for the first time in 9 years and the second time in 19 years, and they were still, and this and that, the other thing. It's not that much of a cut. Well, you didn't say that when it was your side doing it. And I think there's just this natural, we have to say something bad about George because he is in the other party and we don't want him to, whatever, capture your support. But if you have a county executive who cuts taxes, who imposes a term limit on himself, who doesn't take a pay raise, who has a veterans flag display rotating around all of the public buildings of Westchester County, who is clearly a supporter of the first responders, those are core issues that Republicans like to talk about. And yet you have a Democrat, ours, who believes in those things too. So it doesn't give you a lot of wiggle room on the merit. But that's plenty of way to criticize. It's the nature of the beast, and I will see it, I'll accept it, but I think I'm going to have some problems with those in my party who maybe feel that there shouldn't be term limits, that election day is a term limit. But, then I would ask them honestly, do you feel the same way about Donald Trump? Do you feel that the two-term limit in Washington, D.C. is a backstop against Trump being president forever? And you probably get people kind of quiet up because all of a sudden term limits look pretty good when they're stopping somebody you don't like, as opposed to, restricting people you do like.
Well, that makes a lot of sense. A couple of questions about that. Again, we're talking with County Executive George Latimer here on Radio Westchester. How much has having been a county legislator and the chairman of the board of the county, or rather chairman of the county board of legislators, how much has that helped you?
I heard how much. I didn't hear the rest of it.
No, I'm sorry. How much has that helped you in this job?
How much it helped me? I'm sorry.
The fact that you had been a county legislator and were the chair as well. That has to have...
I think it's very helpful. Every generation is different, and it's been 20 years since I chaired the Board of Legislators. There are new people and younger people with different ideas than the board that I chaired. But you understand the flow of the legislature. You understand why they go through the procedures they do. If I had never been a legislator, I might be more irritated by the process of legislation, which is by definition slow and deliberative. Because I've been through it myself, I know what it takes to get consensus. I've been much, calmer in the way I've dealt with these issues, and I think, I think I've been much more solicitous of the legislature on different things. And when they have an initiative that they pass into law and I sign it, I go down to the eighth floor and sign it to show respect for the fact that this was an initiative that came out of the legislature. I'm oftentimes, Bob, you've been through this with me before, people will recite my public record. Mm-hmm. I was a city councilman, Rye, and a county legislator, all these different positions, and then 2 houses of state legislature. And those are all helpful experiences that govern, my mind thinking now. What everybody will tend to forget is that I spent 20 years in corporate life as a sales and marketing executive. And I also learned in that experience as well. And of course, that also doesn't fit the narrative for some folks of what a Democrat is. Democrat is kind of doesn't understand how business works and a little loosey-goosey on profit and loss. And so I think when I walked into the job as county executive, I didn't walk in, as you well know, I had to have devil to get elected. I walked in with a lot of different experiences. It didn't make me know-it-all. It didn't make me, designed by, the God to serve in the position. But what it did do is it gave me experiences that I could draw from in trying to do the things I've done. And if we've made some mistakes, which we have, They've been mistakes, that an individual makes. But when I've drawn on the expertise of my executive team and reaching out to people outside of my immediate executive family, we've been able to make some pretty good decisions and do some positive things. We can go over the same list again. The Rochelle Family Court, which is an eye shot of where your studio is there. That's an open piece of land that's going to be a brand new modern court. We argued about that issue for 6-8 years, and we got it resolved in the first 2 years of office. The pools reopened over at Springbridge Park. The Miller House, which I was just at this weekend for the first public event there, that was wonderful. The place was packed in the little interpretive room building, which is separate from the actual historic house. And I look at those things and I'd say these were issues that bounced around for years. The union contracts that were unresolved when I walked in the door. The fact that the community development block program for the smaller communities have been discontinued. We got it. We got it back in business. We got Section 1 basketball back into the county center. Now there's more to do. There's a lot more to do. The turning around of playland will pivot on what happens in the court action, but we made a good year out of it this year. So I think we're doing things that are positive. And this might be exactly the time where you think I would be, pretty happy and looking forward to a long tenure. So why on earth would I now take the opportunity to say, let's cut 4 years off of the term? Because it's the right thing to do. I think it's warranted. And when you look at this executive legislative thing that's going on in Washington, and I understand, I'm not a big fan of Trump, but he's stonewalling the investigation by the House of Representatives. They asked for certain documents. He says, no. We want to have a testimony. She said, no, I'm not going to do it. I'm the executive. I don't have to do that. Well, yes, you do, but if the Supreme Court doesn't back up the laws that Congress have passed, then, you get away with murder. You can't let executives get away with murder. Not in White Plains, not in Washington, not in Albany, not anywhere. You've got to have a check and balance. That's the whole brilliance of the Founding Fathers and system in the Constitution. Checks and balances. No one person, no one entity can drive something all the way through without other branches of government serving as a leveling factor. And, that's pretty much the way I see it as a student and as a practitioner of this business.
7:50, we're with the County Executive George Latimer. If you're just joining us, he has announced that he will introduce legislation to limit his very term, and we're talking about not just for the next administration, but his administration, to limit the county executive position to 2 4-year terms. It does not affect county legislators. They just announced this here on Radio Westchester. We spoke with Andy Spano the other day, and we kind of, we used this, of course, to have fun and also get to the essence of things. He having had the job himself for 12 years, gave you a very good report card. In fact, he quite a good report card in terms of how you've handled the issues. But he did say, believe it or not, that he still would have wanted to raise taxes at some point. But his whole point was the economic and financial issue or circumstances that you inherited, and his concern, which you've addressed many times, and maybe this is a good opportunity for it, down the road, how are you planning to make up for shortfalls that will still plague you for a while?
Well, the actions that we've taken this year with equalization of sales tax across the county, and then some smaller actions we've taken, an agreement with Airbnb that generates revenue, an arrangement with New Energy that generates revenue, saving some significant money on the Liberty Lines contract, saving some significant money on the Wheelabrator contract. All of these things are going to have to find additional repeats as we go forward. If I'll give you one example. If MGM Grand Casino, the Empire City Casino, were to expand into the full casino, that would generate a decent revenue stream for the county directly from their profits. The profits they make numbers will be off the chart. And there will be a direct payment to the county. If that comes to pass, that is a revenue to look at. There are, other revenues that are out there that we have to try to figure out how to be creative to get that are non-property tax revenues. But, in fairness, what I said at the time, and I've been very precise about doing everything that I said I would do, and not over-promising. I said we would have 2 years of tax freeze. As it turned out, in year one, we actually have a tax cut. So next year, the promise is to freeze taxes. And of course, if I can cut them, I will. I'm going to do everything I can not to raise them. Year 4, is unknowable because the state government has mandates, and you hear through the grapevine that they have a big budget problem this year, and they may roll some of it down to the county. Now, we can, we were trying to build back our reserves. If we get hit with a big bill in the middle of the year, what am I going to do? That's what the reserves are there for. I don't want to touch them. But, I want to be very clear to people. That's why I communicate as much as I do, that I'm making these decisions in real time, and you, the resident, are hearing the decision-making process every week when we talk. And and I kind of tell you where we're at, this when we're making this decision. So in the long run, we're going to have to be tax cap compliant, which means 2% is the rule, and we'll have to be at 2%. We were last year, and some people said, "Oh my God, you raised taxes." Well, we raised taxes less than Republican leaders in Rockland and Putnam and some of the municipals, Haas and Somers. So it really was just a political reaction to the 2%. A 2% tax increase, if that's what this has to come down to, is not an ideal situation. I'd rather keep them at zero and cut them, but it'll depend on the state mandates, and it'll also depend on the economy and the revenue stream. If we start to see a recession, then that's going to affect sales tax revenue or mortgage tax revenue has already been affected by the SIP decision. That kind of knife.
Yeah, it really did. That certainly did.
And this, again, it's ideology over everything else. It's doing something that you intend to do because this is what you politically believe, as opposed to what is the pragmatic thing to do. But if you look at further down the line, 10 years down the line, I'm out of office, I'm where Andy is, in retirement, looking at the county government. It is going to be difficult to manage county government because the state government controls the pipeline of both what you can raise in taxes and what you must spend on mandates. And when I served in the state legislature, I was one of those state legislators that argued that the state can't act this way. But
it can, and it does. Speaking of which, you mentioned it really stood out to me, the Empire City issue. We know that MGM owns it now. They're lobbying strongly to get full-fledged gambling there. It certainly would help the county, and certainly would help long-term economics here in Westchester. What is the politics there? I mean, having been in the state legislature in both houses, and now where you sit at county seat, what is the politics there?
Well, you had a couple of years ago a constitutional amendment that allowed for 7 casinos, 4 upstate, 3 downstate. And there was a delay between allowing the upstate casinos to go first to hopefully develop the market and become profitable before the downstate ones come into place. The reality is, when you open up 3 downstate casinos, you are going to suck the marketplace right there. Because if you're in the Bronx and you want to spend a day of gambling, you're not going to go up to Monticello or Schenectady to do it if you can go to Yonkers to do it. If you're out on the island, you're not going to drive through the island to go upstate if you can do it at Aqueduct. And the downstate casinos will be fabulously successful, off the charts successful, but it won't help the upstate communities where the casinos are right now. I think that's the difficulty of the geography. The market is based on where the population is.
Of course.
Right now, Empire Casino, with just slots, is more profitable than any single, listen to that, it's more profitable than any single casino on the Las Vegas Strip. Imagine that.
I didn't realize that.
Yes.
Wow.
By the way, the one in Aqueduct makes more than Yonkers does. Because there's that much business coming in to play slots all day and night. I've walked into that place or walked out of that place close to midnight, and the place is just as packed as it was at 3 in the afternoon. Now, I've been to some of the upstate places. I've been to the Saratoga one. I've been to the Resorts one in Monticello. And there's no comparison in terms of the volume of people that are there.
It's interesting.
What you have is you have a tremendous marketplace that will support that Yonkers casino. Now, I'm not trying to hurt upstate, but let's be realistic. If you don't have the population base, you're not going to do as well. You may have to subsidize those casinos with the profits, or for the downstate casinos. There are certain deals that you're going to have to make, and these are the things you do. This is what this is the headache of the governor, and I'm sure he's thinking about it all the time. But the bottom line is, that casino in Yonkers, and I'm not a gambler. I personally don't play slots or anything, but people do, and they will voluntarily put money into playing blackjack that they would complain about bitterly if they had to pay the tax.
Isn't it the truth?
So somebody says, "Oh, it's $2.25 to get on that bus." When did that go up? And meanwhile, you sit there at the slot, bang,
So
bang,
true.
bang. Here's another 20, bang, bang.
So
It's all a question of what you feel is entertaining to you.
7:58. We're in our closing moments with County Executive George Latimer. Just announced today he will propose legislation. I'm sure that'll probably happen today in the next
It's
couple
not
of
just
days.
proposed; it's in the hands.
It's already in their hands.
Excellent. It's in the hands of the legislature now.
Even as we speak, to reduce, to cap the term of the county executive to 2 4-year terms. What's coming up the rest of the week? Anything you want to shout out about county exec?
Yeah, big week for us. We're going to be releasing our affordable housing study on Tuesday. We're going to be releasing the shared services arrangements with the Mount Kisco Village, where we provide county police services for them on Wednesday. And we have an announcement on Thursday of an appointment which will involve our sewer system. And I'll tell you a little bit more about that as we get closer to it.
Okay, County Executive George Latimer, thank you very much, and thanks for sharing that news with us today. County Executive George Latimer, thank you so very much.
Have a great day.
You too, take care. And Chris Conway's coming up in a minute with weather now in about 2 minutes. The picks of the week revelation will be here. And he's over there in the corner. He's looking. I can't tell if he's crying or he's happy. But he's staring at his picks. He's staring at the spreads. And he, of course, is Jake Schaefer, and will be along in just a moment. You should get ready to take your seat. But right now, we are going to do the weather, except Chris Conway's going to do the weather as we ease him in. Soon you'll be hearing news, weather, traffic from Chris. And he's as good as it gets. So without further ado, here's Chris Conway with today's weather.
Thank you, Bob. And the weather is brought to you exclusively by United Hebrew of New Rochelle, voted one of America's best rehabilitation and senior care campuses. It's right here in New Rochelle. Visit uhgc.com. And right now it is 38 degrees around the Sound Shore. Today there will be periods of drizzle. Temperature will be around 40, so this is as good as it gets. The wind will be 15 to 30 miles per hour. Tonight, mostly cloudy with a mix of 4-letter S word.
Snow?
Yes.
Flakes?
Snow.
Flakes?
Not too bad. It'll be mixed with rain, so you won't be slipping around the roads. Temperature will be 35 degrees tonight. Tuesday, mostly cloudy. Temps will approach 50 degrees. Wednesday.
Wrong. Mommy.
Wednesday, similar, partly sunny and breezy. High will be 46. And Thursday, we will hit 50 degrees as of now. Mostly sunny skies. And that's what's coming up with the weather this week.
Okay, and who are you?
I'm Chris Conway.
That's right, Chris Conway here at Radio Westchester. And you know what time it is, folks. It's 8 o'clock. And do you know what we do every Monday at 8 o'clock? He's here. He's in the house. Please welcome Jake Schaefer with Jake's Picks of the Week, the results. This week's football picks are brought to you by Dominic's Fine Cigars, licensed retailer with a big selection, including Arturo Fuente, Patrons, and more. Dominic's Fine Cigars, located at 204 Boston Post Road in Larchmont, open 7 days. Jake smokes their cigars. He drinks their wine. He makes his picks. He was 10-7-1 coming into the weekend. Will he be an investment tool, or will he be a pick'em fool? I like that. I like that of myself. Good morning, Jake.
Good morning.
How'd you do?
Righted the ship this weekend.
Righted the ship. I thought it was taking on water. Myself, talk to us.
3 road teams, 3 wins.
Okay, but let's get to the games. Which games, sir? 3 road teams.
Jets handily over the Redskins.
Wow.
34-17.
Well, that's one. Okay.
Same score, New Orleans handily over Tampa Bay.
Wait.
Score.
What was the spread? Tell people the spread. They're sitting out there. They want to know why they should have listened to
Jets were underdogs by 1.5.
you. That you just totally slaughtered them on that one. Go ahead.
The Saints were favored by 5.5. They won by 17 over Tampa Bay Bucks.
Mm-hmm.
And the Bills were favored by 5.5 and must win against the lowly Miami Dolphins and won 37-20.
So you've righted the ship, so you're now 13-7-1.
That is correct.
What are you doing tonight? Monday Night Football. Who are the teams? What is the spread? You better bet now or you'll be dead. I'm in my rap mode.
Tonight I will not touch the game. It is Kansas City and the Chiefs and the Chargers.
What do you mean you're not going to touch the game?
Gave you my 4 picks for the week, 3-1, and we'll look till Thursday.
What do you mean 3-1?
3-1 on the week. Lost the Steelers on Thursday night.
Oh, that's right. But why are you not touching tonight's game? I find that curious. Kansas City playing. What's the spread?
Kansas City is favored, I believe, by 3. I don't have paper in front of me right now.
+3. But why don't you want that game?
Didn't feel it, Bob. Didn't you got to feel it.
You got to feel it.
Didn't feel this one.
You don't feel.
Can't pick them all.
So now 13-7-1. But as I recall, you were a little. We have to go here. We're full disclosure in news. You didn't put any wagers this weekend. You weren't comfortable with your picks, and yet you won slam bam. Thank you, ma'am.
Well, I told you I was in a little bit of a stutter step. I started off 5-0. Since that, I was 2-7-1. So it was nice to get back on track, really.
Well, we have a caller. Let's see if that's our guest who may be calling early, or if you're getting kudos for your picks. This week's football picks brought to you by Jake. Schaefer Jake's Picks of the Week brought to you by Dominic's Fine Cigars, licensed retailer with a big selection including Arturo Fuente, Padrones, and more. Dominic's Fine Cigars, located at 204 Boston Post Road in Larchmont. Good morning. You're on the air.
Good morning, good morning, good morning.
Hey, you are here. What's going on?
I want to say two things. Jake. I had to call last week. I told you I wanted Atlanta to beat New Orleans, and they did. I'm so happy about that.
Yes, you did make that call.
Yeah. Yes, I was so happy.
No one else did. Only you.
And it seemed like we didn't have many games going on this yesterday, right? Local games.
Yeah, the Giants were on a bye.
The Giants were.
So this is the first week that all New York teams are undefeated. So
now, Chris, you may remember Chris from years ago. I know you know Jake. Now, Chris, do you remember AJ Woodson? Say hello.
Yes.
Chris is back in the mix. He used to do traffic and weather with me back in the my early WVOX days, if you remember.
Yes. What's up, Chris? I heard you.
Now, he runs football pools, and he drowns frequently in them. You're already out of your pool, aren't you?
Yes, a lot of people are out of
But guys, help me out. Aren't pools so random? I mean, you could have people who think that the Green Bay Packers are the fluffy bunnies, and they get to play, right?
Yes. Yeah, I mean...
So what's the fun of it? I don't want to pick who I'm going to win. I want to back my people.
The fun is winning money.
Well, yeah.
That's if you want to barrel down to it.
Go ahead,
AJ.
I used to get upset when we used to play those NCAA tournament pools, and it'd be the women in the office, and she'd be voting on the color of the uniform.
I know.
Meanwhile, we're sitting at a table for an hour and a half, meticulously picking our games, and we're last place for 2 days.
Do you know where I'm an ignoramus? That way, the very few times in my life that I've gone to the track, AJ, I always bet on the on the if I like the name of the horse, like Bob's Babe. I always say, that's good for me. I like that one, but that's all I know. And occasionally you win, if you pick a name like that. But
actually, you and I did that at the chamber event.
Yes, we did.
We took names. We never got the horse. We took a name.
Idea. One horse I picked because I like the shape of his body. What can I tell you? That horse looks lean. He looks fast. I'm going to bet on him. Hey, do you know, speaking of that, if you remember who was with us that night, Jeff Daskovic from, I'm sure you know he is, AJ. The guy spent 16 years in jail for a crime he didn't commit. Well,
oh, wow.
Yeah. Now, he was there with us that night. He not only he got the biggest settlement ever. Now, you never get all the money. He's going to be joining us about 20 minutes. He, well, first of all, what's interesting is, guys, when you get exonerated, you don't get even the benefits that someone who finished their sentence gets. You get money, you go to a halfway house. When you get exonerated, they just throw you back on the street. Whoops, mistake, bye. And so they don't even get any money. It's tough. So this guy, God bless him, he was innocent. And not only was he innocent, he actually went back to court to sue and push the prosecutor and the cop that forced his confession and won. He then got a $44 million settlement, in which case, I always say this, and I told him on the air many times, if I got that settlement, I'd be in Aruba right now as a Victoria model, a secret model massage therapist, but that didn't happen. But instead, what does he do? He starts a foundation for the Deskovic Foundation for Justice to help other people. He goes back to college. He gets a degree. He goes to law school and passes that. Now he just passed the bar, and we're going to have him on in a little while to take a bow. And he's been helping people across the country who have been wrongly incarcerated. So he was there that night. Yeah, he's going to be with us at 8:20. He was with us when he first got out of jail, almost very regularly, and then when we were on WFAS, he came on. In fact, one of the greatest moments I've ever had in radio was when his mother called in. And because what happens is when you're in jail that long, the first 5 years, everybody visits you, and then after that, they kind of forget you're there. And it's quite an amazing story. So anyway, AJ, do you dabble on football? Do you make a few bets now and then? Is that?
Very rarely. When the Giants won the Super Bowl, I've won money a few times. The time they won, they beat the Patriots twice. I won one.
Now, since I've got all three of you here, did any of you grow up in a mobbed-up neighborhood? Because I have a little bit to share about that.
No.
Chris, you didn't? No.
Straight and narrow.
Jake didn't? Well, I did, and gambling was huge. I never got the bug, but if you've ever been around degenerate gamblers, depends on if you like comedy or tragedy, to watch someone who bets. Now, get this. Think about this. You know, you went to schools upstate where basketball's big, Jake. Imagine someone who bets every single college basketball game. That's what these degenerate games. My brother was doing it for a while. He bet every game. But here's what happens. Now, AJ, you know sports. So you bet maybe you bet on Duke, and they're an 11-point favorite, but you took them anyway. But now we're winning by 17, and there's 3 minutes left, but the coach puts in the Scribinis because he wants them to play.
The old backdoor cover.
And to watch these guys screaming at the set, no! No! Don't put in that guy! Please! I'm begging you! Please! Sweat, curses, yelling,
Well,
screaming.
how else do you make a blowout exciting?
No, I know, but the thing is, these guys would just, you'd actually watch them heave and I always laughed, and I'm lucky I'm still alive.
No, the end of those basketball games, if you're a bettor, can be pretty.
Oh, no, but
just a meaningless 3-point shot at the buzzer that goes in, and no one cares about except people in the sports books who are going nuts.
Well, that now that's illegal, but it was when I was young and watching some of the older guys who were gambling like this. It actually took them a half hour on the phone. Because you're betting like 40 college basketball games a night. Give me Duke 20 times, and give me. I've never seen anything like it, and I saw people just suffer. But they were right back again the next night. They liked the action. So see, this is what I learned. And I never got the bug. It scared me away.
Sickness.
It is a sickness, but the people who do it loved it. So this is a little side story. Now, my best friend, my hockey coach, in fact, owned a funeral parlor. So sometimes we watch the World Series with the body right there. After the families go home, what do we know? And he was a gambler like that. Right after he'd be in there with the body, he'd stop bombing for about 10 minutes and call in his bet. So I'm really glad you joined this conversation, AJ. I didn't realize you were listening to our picks of the week.
Yes, absolutely.
Because AJ will be with us again tomorrow for his usual half-hour hit. What stories are you working on when we talk to you tomorrow? What can we expect?
Let's see, what am I working on? This is a big week. Tuesday is the 8th anniversary of the killing of Kenneth Chamberlain.
Yes.
The candlelight vigil outside the White Plains Police Department. And Wednesday, there's going to be a March for Peace in Mount Vernon. It's March the Peace. It should be a really big thing. And there's something else going on this week. It's going to be a very big week.
All right. Well, anyway, that's Jake. You've been over there working assiduously. What are you jotting on? I think he's planning his next bets.
I know AJ is waiting with bated breath for the Mike Frances effect of the day, right, AJ?
Wait, hold on. Why I always forget that. Okay, AJ, stay right there, folks. It's time for the Mike Frances fact of the week, brought to you by our very own. Oh, the fact of the day. That's right. Brought to you by our very own Jake
I
Schaefer.
wish they were facts of the week.
Yeah. Well, go ahead, Jake.
It's getting harder and harder to find. Today's Mike Frances fact of the day. Mike calls his most rabid listeners and callers Mongos, or the Mongo Nation, which is thought to be short for Mongoloid.
Why does he call the Mongo Nation?
Well, I think that's self-explanatory.
Well, Phil Mustard calls Sports Talk the Valley of the Stupid. I don't know if you know that. It's kind of cruel, but...
In part 2, in 2016, Mike named his 2-year-old colt Mongo Nation.
Mongo.
Well,
you know what he got that from? The most successful talk show host on the planet, even though I don't agree with anything he says anymore. Rush Limbaugh, remember, he used to have the ditto heads? Mm-hmm. My friends! He was so good, but then he turned so crazed. When I say good, he was fun in the beginning. We talk about radical feminazis and tree huggers. And my favorite was when Don Imus would make fun of him and say that I hope he eats spotted owl burgers at night.
And then he went and got sober.
Well, yeah. It's true, he did go and get sober. Yeah, he used to pick on Russ. My favorite was when he did. He made fun when there was a revolt in Mexico, and he was making fun of Russia. And he goes, "Friends, the Mexicans are revolting. The Mexicans are revolting." And I couldn't have said it better myself, which was pointing out his alleged racism. All righty, AJ, thank you very much for joining us. We'll be talking with Woodson tomorrow for 30 minutes on these stories out of Mount Vernon. That is AJ Woodson. So, Jake, you don't have still any opinion about tonight?
Nope, not touching it.
No, you don't want to. Who they playing?
Take my 3-0 and slide on to next week.
Okay, all righty. All right, let's take a look at what's coming up now. It is, Jeff Deskovic should be joining us in about 5 minutes, and but we are going to open up the phones, and it was nice for AJ to join us. We're going to open up the phones, 914-222-3141, 914-222-3141. We haven't had a lot of conversation about it, but I want to remind folks that we will be at 9 o'clock talking about what has been the hottest story here in New Rochelle, making the news, making the rounds of regional news, trying to get to the bottom of why the football coach was reassigned the way he was. And did he break protocol or didn't he? That's a real interesting question. And why the union has felt it necessary to weigh in. And we will hear from the head of the union at 9 o'clock. We will have with us Bob Cox, who is the most schooled journalist in Westchester when it comes to what's going on with the school board. And as always, he always tends to know a little bit more than the rest of us, has a little better grasp of what's going on behind the scenes. So you won't want to miss that at 9 o'clock. Again, at 8:20, that's got Jeff Deskovic. We're going to talk about his Foundation for Justice. We're going to talk about some of the people who've been exonerated. There's one case, Chris, this is fascinating. I covered one of Jeff's events about a month ago, and up at Pace University. And there was a guy, now get this, there were two people who were accused of murder, and then the facts came out. And one guy was let go. The other guy wasn't let go yet because of a procedural snafu. Guess how long that procedural snafu, how long it took to let this guy get out?
I can't imagine. It sounds like it's going to be a longer...
He was there 10 years. Longer
10
than
years?
a year. It's just there's something we and what it goes back to, and there were a lot of lawyers and a lot of people there. And even there, one of my bugaboos is judges. They didn't want to pick on the judges, so during the press conference part, we had pushed them on it. A lot of it has to do with this notion that the the legal system wants to consider a conviction done. That's it. It's got to stand, and otherwise the system doesn't work. But they've got to be very careful, it seems to me, about people who are convicted in ways not fair. Okay, let's go to the phone. It is... There it is. I pressed the button properly. It is 8:18. You're listening to Radio Westchester here. We're the station at the station. Mornings with Bob Marrone. I am Bob Marrone. You're on the air. Good morning.
Good morning, Bob. This is Jeff Deskovic. How are you?
Jeff, we were just talking about you. I don't know if your ears were ringing. And once again, I told you he was coming on. Jeff Deskovic, we gave you his story before. An exoneree for a crime he did not commit, most notably 16 years in jail. He was accused of the crime when he was 16. At 17, convicted based on a confession that he was forced into. And Jeff accomplished a number of things. One was he actually sued the people who falsely prosecuted him and won. He was exonerated. But as we say, folks, when you get exonerated, and as we said earlier, and Jeff, just let me finish myself, when you get exonerated, you actually don't do as well as someone who served their full sentence. You don't go to a halfway house. You don't get pocket money. You're on your own. What did this man do on his own? He fought for compensation, which he won. He went back to college and got his degree. He went to law school and got his law degree. And now, and that's one of the reasons he's here today, he passed the bar and is an attorney, which he now can add to his titles. He is the CEO of the Deskovic Foundation for Justice. I've said to him many times, and I always kid, of course, you never get the amount of money that was in the paper, but it was at least a moral victory. It said he got $44 million, the most ever. I'm sure he didn't get that much, and it's not my concern to even ask what it was. But what does he do with the money he gets? Instead of running away to the islands, he establishes the Deskovic Foundation for Justice. He travels around the country. He's received many awards. He's respected by judges and lawyers alike. So without further ado, please welcome Jeff Deskovic, who just passed the bar. Good morning, Jeff.
Good morning, Bob. What a great way! What a great introduction. I mean, that was. It's always a pleasure to speak with you, and of course to get my voice out there to the people. I'm a people person, and I love communicating.
Well, yeah, you are a people person. Jeff, what was it like to pass the bar?
Wow, it was. Well, it was kind of it was a surprise. So I was expecting to pass because I went through a lot of stress and difficult time preparing for it. As you well know, at times I was pulling out my hair, as noted on the social media. But I felt I did well. I did expect to pass. But it was a couple of months between when I finished the test and when I actually got the results. And so when I got the email just saying, all right, click on the link, the results are in, my heart kind of stopped. And so I click on the link, and then, they open up, this letter opens up, and I start, and I read it, and I only get as far as where it says, you passed. That was just kind of like a watershed breakthrough moment.
Well, you have so many people who are so proud of you for all that you've accomplished. And let's talk about the human part. We'll get into the foundation in a moment. Jeff, you come out of jail, you come out of prison, your whole youth wasted. Man now in your mid-30s, late 30s. Your whole youth wasted. You do finally get a settlement. You could have faded in, becoming a school teacher, just lived off your settlement, or invested some of it and taken it easy and taken your head out of the toxicity that was what happened to you. What drove you?
Well, I knew that there were a lot of other people that were still in the same position that I was in, and so I couldn't forget about them. I mean, I do have a conscience, and I do feel a strong sense of moral responsibility, and I also want to, get some meaning out of what happened, and I don't think that happened if I'm doing something that's, not meaningful.
Well, yeah, but to engage yourself in the very and I realize with good intent, the very poisoned waters that got you there, that's a lot of drive. I mean, to go back to school, when did it hit you that you were going to do this, that you were going to establish a foundation and lead this charge? How early on after you were released?
Well, I decided I wanted to do advocacy work right after I finished the press conference, but on my being released. I gave a 2.5-hour off presentation to the media, and that was, when I left, I thought, wow, I could speak, I could do all this, I could be involved in the movement. So it was that part of it. But in terms of thinking about the foundation and that didn't happen. That thought didn't cross my mind until maybe like 5 years I was out. When I was nearing completion of civil suit, and then when I won, I'll just say I did get a few more dollars than what I was expecting. And I always wanted to be involved in the exonerative process. Before that, as an individual, I was really just doing the public education, the policy work. But I thought, look, I was faced with a moment. This is it. Forget about daydreaming. This is the moment. Now, do you want to get involved in freeing people, or you don't? If you do, this is where it's going to cost you something. And for me, I did. So I went ahead. But fast forwarding, after we'd been around, for maybe like 4 years, and we had gotten some people out, but I didn't feel satisfied at that, because I got tired of when it's time to go into court to just stop at the front row and have to sit down and not be able to keep walking, go to the defense table, to not be able to address the judge. Even if the lawyer was my employee, even if the lawyer that was sitting there was someone I had collaborated with and prepped, it was still, at the end of the day, it was still him doing the talking and not me. And so I had my foray into law school.
And, one of the things that I've observed, and this is the news part of me, I've been at many of your functions. I was there when you graduated and at some of your other events. Yeah. You do it. The conviction is there, the gravitas is there, but you do it with a smile. You do it with a positivity. You don't have... a lot of us would have been cynical, and you're certainly cynical in the sense that you got to be sure, or skeptical to hold prosecutors' feet to the fire. In a moment, we'll talk about the law you hope get passed. But how do you manage, after all this, frankly, to do it with a smile?
Because I want to enjoy my life as much as I can, and I don't think I can do that if I'm angry or bitter. But perhaps the even better answer, which is true also, I think that I consider that I'm doing the work that I'm meant to do in life, and that's how I make sense of everything. And when you're doing what you're called to do, or you're passionate about, it is enjoyable. To do good, to make a difference, feels good to me, and that's doing it with a smile.
My guest is Jeff Deskovic. He's the CEO and lead attorney now at the Deskovic Foundation for Justice, leveraging off of his own incarceration. One of the things I've been learning about attending some of the later events is, for those of us who aren't familiar with what you do, or were not, the prime thing seems to be getting people released and compensated who were wrongly convicted. But what I didn't realize, there are all of these other issues of detail that we forget. For example, in one of the cases that we're going to be calling some of your fellow exonerees on, there was the fellow who the state, as I recall, the federal appeals court said, no, he didn't do it. But yet the state of Pennsylvania took years to finally get him released. Or that the people who are exonerated, when they come out, there's no halfway house, there's no transition period. Other people are still in jail after being virtually exonerated again because of technicalities. This must drive you insane.
It really does. Yeah, that of course is Terrence Lewis that you're referring to from Pennsylvania. Yes, who did it was 21 years and 7 months. Yeah, but as you point out correctly, there was a federal judge noted that they wrote in their opinion that they considered him to be innocent, but there was a technicality involved, and so they upheld the conviction. But that was the language in the court saying that was that there was an expectation that the Pennsylvania court would then would fix this because of the technicality. But yet it took 10 years to happen. So that was maddening. I mean, that's not. I mean, it's a more extreme example, but in a way, I lost in federal court because my paperwork arrived 4 days late.
Yeah.
Not because the court rejected what I was saying, but that type of focus in on proceduralism as opposed to substantive justice, that is maddening because there's, these are real people that you're talking about. You did make a very good other point, which is that when you're released because you're exonerated, they release you with nothing. The government doesn't give you anything. They're the nonprofit entities that do reentry work. Their mission statement pertains to people on parole or people on probation who had been incarcerated. Exonerees are outside of that mission. Like, I didn't get any help from any of these reentry places. They declined to help me because I wasn't because I didn't have a record, which is an ironic thing. There was no parole officer. I know that people complain about parole officers, and I'm sure there's some bad ones, but I don't think they're all bad either. But the ones that are not, they're supposed to direct their people on their caseload to where the different programs are and how they can access governmental and non-governmental programs. There was no analogous person there for me when I was exonerated and released, and nor is there for someone else. But I do want to make a minor point, though, Bob. I do have to point out that I don't get in trouble before I even get started. I do have a couple of minor steps left to do, even though I did pass the bar and I graduated. There's a couple of minor things that I have to do before I physically get the law license in my hand. And before I get the law license in my hand, I can't refer to myself publicly as an attorney, or I'll get in trouble.
No, I'm glad you clarified that.
I want to just correct the record. Yeah,
hey, Jeff.
Listening, but I always I stay within the rules. I've had more than my share of problems.
Lord knows.
Without breaking it, much less to do something that omit or whatever.
Deskovic law license torn away because of an idiot talk show host that asked him the wrong question. You're absolutely, you're absolutely right. And after all you've been through with procedural inertia, that's the last thing you need. So you're not an attorney yet. You passed the bar. And folks, that we're on the record with that. Now, there's been legislation passed recently and other stuff in the works to hold prosecutors more accountable, et cetera. What is that all about, and what was your involvement with that?
Yeah, so the law you're referring to is called the Commission on Prosecutor Conduct. So it's an independent oversight board for prosecutors, analogous to the Commission on Judicial Conduct. To put it in everyday terms, every profession there's an independent oversight board that people in that profession, have to answer to, right on down to the barber. But there wasn't any for the prosecutors. So the grievance committee, the bar associations, are totally ineffective, and none of the prosecutors ever got any kind of trouble for the misconduct that they engaged in, which did at times has resulted in wrongful convictions, and at other times has disrupted the ability of people just simply to get a fair trial. So not in that case, not even getting into guilt innocence. So my foundation's part of a larger coalition group called It Can Happen to You, which I am an advisory board member of, and we built a statewide coalition in order to pass the bill. We took it from idea to signed legislation. We created the country's first Commission on Prosecutor Conduct. In terms of my role, so I had a big role in putting the coalition together, but just in general, but also as to that particular bill, my case was like the lead case. So I met with a lot of elected officials. I did media interviews. I did, panel discussions, and I was participating in press conferences. But aside from that, I was also the group's liaison to the exoneree community. And when we would need other exonerees to travel to Albany and meet with the elected officials there and the press media events and stuff. I was the one who would start making the calls and motivating everybody. It was a long fight, Bob. It was 8 years to get that bill from idea to pass legislation, and along the way, many times my fellow exonerees wanted to look. We got these long trips. We've been at this for so many years. They're never going to do it. New York State District Attorneys Association. They're very strong. This is never going to happen. Let me just stay in my everyday life, and I don't want to put any more effort. I'm like, no, you can't. We're close. Come on, let's go. And motivating everybody, everything down to the logistics. So how are you going to get up there? How are you getting back? And everything in between. Mm-hmm. We did it, Bob. We did it. Oh, my God, I feel so humbled. We did it. And in recognition of my role for that, the coalition group gave me the award, the Private Sector Servant Justice Award for that, which I got last year.
Oh, well, Aaron, one of my observations of the work you do, and having met many of the exonerees now, is every case is long haul. There are no slam dunks. The numbers that one can be judged on who are engaged in what you do are relatively small numbers. Every case takes years and paperwork and attorneys, and so you don't get a lot of immediate gratification in this work. You need to be strong and wait and wait and wait. Like, for example, how many cases are you working on now? 11. And how long, usually, cradle to grave, does each case take?
That can be anywhere from a year to 10. It can be anywhere from a year to 10, and even past that. It can be as long as never, Bob. It can be as long as you never win.
Well,
it can be as long as you never win a case.
That is my point, and so you have to be really convicted. If someone wants a quick turnaround, this is not a game for them. Again, Jeff Deskovic, my guest.
This is not the game for them. No,
no,
it's not. We have been able to free 7 people, in 6 years. So
that's a pretty good record.
But that's very. That's very atypical. The Innocence Project, which is the entity that exonerated me, they keep stats, on all the, out of all the DNA exonerations around the country, and they estimate that the average length of wrongful imprisonment is 14 and a half years.
Good God Almighty! Now, Jeff, I'm going to take almost a little sidebar here, because one of the persons that passed the bar with you, a young woman, was the person with the interest in I'd like you to talk a little bit about her, at the Innocence Project. And this is a big deal because you have to deal with this now with what you do. She took an interest in your case. And I'm going to say, quote unquote, she believed in your case, which of course you have to do when you take one on. What was it about you, do you think? I mean, one day we should get her on to take a bow as well. What was it about your case or you that made her embrace it?
Yeah, so the woman you're referring to is Maggie Taylor. So
Maggie
she was
Taylor,
working in the intake department at the Innocence Project at the time. She was not a lawyer then. She just simply had a bachelor's degree, and basically, it was her. The intake department meets with the lawyers, and they decide, they jointly decide, what cases are going to be accepted, and so. She presented my case to him 3 times. So the first time she presented it, the lawyer said no. And then she second time, they again said no, and then she brought it up a 3rd time. So that was very, very unusual. So the problem with my case was that normally the cases they would take would be a case where DNA testing is an option to show someone's innocence, but they wanted there to be no pre-existing testing already done.
Got it.
And my case already had the pre-existing testing because I was excluded by the DNA before the trial, but I had been convicted anyway. So what convinced Maggie to keep presenting my case was the fact that the DNA excluded me. So, I mean, it was clear to her and everyone else in the department that I was innocent because of the DNA. The issue was, well, what direction can we go in with the DNA in order to constitute something new? That's the whole thing. The court will not allow you to keep relitigating what's already on the record. You have to come up with something new that hasn't been weighed and taken into account. But but she did see the angle. I mean, the angle that ultimately won the day, that convinced him to take the case, and that actually and that won out in the case was my idea, which was, what about the DNA data bank? What about trying to put this DNA, which already doesn't match me, into the data bank and seeing if we can find the actual perpetrator? And that's what happened. The actual criminal was caught. It matched him, and he was arrested and convicted. And I wanted to share that as a result of what happened to me, the system not working right, another person who was a school teacher who had 2 children was killed. She was killed 3.5 years later by the same criminal who killed the victim in my case, because he was left free. He was left free while I was in time for his crime.
There's so many issues here. Jeff Deskovic, our guest, the CEO of the Deskovic Foundation for Justice, he an exoneree, 16 years in prison for a case up in Ossining. Peaks, I'm sorry, I always flip those two in my tiny brain. My apologies. Jeff, you there's so many places to go with this. Obviously, we had the case of Janine Pirro, who could have let your test out earlier. Did she ever say why she wouldn't?
Yeah, yes, I originally applied. I wrote her office back in 1996 asking her, allow me to have further testing, because her office had agreed to DNA testing in another Westchester wrongful conviction case. That was the Terry Chalmers case, who was a Mount Vernon resident who did 7 years on a rape case which she did not commit. So she allowed him to have the testing, and when the results didn't match him, her office, she agreed that he was innocent, and they agreed to the exoneration. And explaining her decision to the public, she was discussing, the reliability of DNA. So, my idea was, let me write you, and you made all these great statements about DNA. I'd like to tell you about this old case that's still in your file. I was excluded also. Let me have some further testing. But she would not allow me to have the testing, and then I took it to court, and I tried there, but she fought it there too, and the court ruled for her. They wouldn't allow me to have the testing. Whenever she's asked about my case, first of all, she tries to distance herself. She always likes to say her go-to phrase is, I wasn't the district attorney when Deskovic was convicted. And yeah, it's true, you weren't. But you did become the district attorney before my first appeal was decided. It was your office who fought all 7 of my appeals. It was your office who blocked me from getting further testing. It was your office that got the court to dismiss my case because I was 4 days late. And you're trying to tell me that you have no more responsibility in that?
Of course you did.
So her spokesperson, of course, said that I remember this quote vividly. It's insane to reopen the case simply because an inmate writes and claims that they're innocent. That's what her spokesperson said, and to me that statement's insane. I think anytime there's objective reason to revisit a case, to reinvestigate it, it should be done. And in the case of DNA testing, the technology improves, or there's some material that could be tested. What is there to lose by testing it? It's going to confirm guilt, in which we don't want to talk about innocence anymore forever. Or you can show someone's innocent, you can let them out, and law enforcement can refocus their investigation and try to find the actual perpetrator.
Now, Janet DeFiore did do the test.
Yes, she did.
Do we know why? What was different about her mentality? Pardon?
Well, yes, Janet DeFiore did allow me to get further testing. Yes, she did.
Do we know why she was different? That she didn't hold fast to this thing, and that was a part.
There were a couple of reasons. Yeah, there was a couple of reasons. So, firstly, as she put it, look, when she read the appeal briefs and background on my case, and she saw the DNA didn't match me, and she saw the arguments and everything that had been made, as she put it, her jaw dropped. That was number one. She knew right away what she was looking at and how, it was just clear injustice and the faultiness of the arguments, etc. So that was part of it. That certainly was part of it. But I mean, I do think that there was some other factors at play. I mean, as I understand it, I mean, D.A.D. Fury and Pirro never liked each other. They did overlap in the office, and District Attorney Pirro was in the middle of running for Attorney General in New York, and D.A.D. Fury didn't like her. So I think that was part of the backstory. I mean, she was hoping that I would be really come out in the middle of the run.
How much, and this really goes to my next question, politics plays a role. One of the things I've observed in following some of the cases that you handle is even the public, let's say, who cares about their convicted criminals, blah, 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 number one. Number two, but there's this dynamic, which on one hand I understand, or we'd have chaos, but that the so-called, and I learned this at that conference at PACE that you coordinated, this idea that convictions have to be hard to overturn, that we need that sense of finality, that's how we have trust in the system, and that's a slippery slope, and it's got to be tough to navigate when you're trying to get someone freed.
Yeah, it is, because often the fight is not. Well, whether you have the law, whether you got the facts and the law, the case law on your side, is sadly that's often only half of the equation. The other half of it is, are the judges going to objectively look at the case and make a ruling, or are they instead going to cling to the what you were alluding to, the finality of conviction? But I think that the key thing is that, I mean, I think that there should be an objective review whenever somebody is appealing the decision, and certainly I think if someone is presenting new evidence, that the judge should really be very keen and very attuned to objectively ruling on it, because I mean, if not, what are you there for? I mean, is it too much work? But that's your profession. That's what you're being paid for. That's the public function.
Yes, I want to go there.
I get that there's a big caseload. Okay, and there's not enough resources. Everyone's not being paid enough. There should be a heck of a lot more judges. Okay, I get that, but nonetheless, you took the job under those conditions anyway. So objectively rule on the case. It takes you a long time.
This is refreshing.
That's why you have 6 hours. That's why you're there for many years.
This is refreshing, because when I was covering the PACE event, you brought up a number, not you, the learned people there, the lawyers, the professors, etc., and yourself brought up the issue of a lot of the defense attorneys, particularly public defenders, either weren't prepared or weren't motivated or weren't quite up to snuff yet. Prosecutors, there was similar concerns. And if you remember, I was the first member of the press to say, well, what about judges? There seemed to be reluctance, not by you now, but even at that event, no one wants to get judges upset. But in my view, and I wanted your reaction to this, if you become a judge, that is a sacred responsibility. Sacred.
Oh, well, it absolutely is a sacred responsibility. You're not there as an extension of law enforcement. A judge is supposed to be there protecting society by keeping the balance and maintaining that everything is fair and just. Hence the term judge and justice. It is a sacred, because people's lives are literally in your hand, and you're supposed to be a bulwark against excesses, by the government, and too often that the judges don't do that. I mean, there's no question that judges have been complicit in these cases. I mean, often when you read the case summaries of the cases that end in exoneration, whether it's the National Registry of Exoneration, or you go to the Innocence Project's website, they have the summaries of the DNA cases. There were plenty of red flags along the way, and you're telling me that nobody saw anything. Nobody wanted to correct, and that's where the judges broke. That's where the judges didn't.
Well, that goes to my next question. Is there enough oversight of judges?
No, I think that there's. I don't think that there's enough. I don't think that there's enough oversight of judges. I mean, I think when there's, first of all, as a society, when there is an exoneration, there should be a very thorough post-mortem in all of these cases, just to analyze what went wrong at every step.
Well, like they do in the hospital. When someone dies in hospital.
In a hospital, right? If it's a hospital or, like they do if there's a crane crash.
Yeah.
If there's a plane crash. Mm-hmm. If there's a plane crash, then there's a report. So they did do that in my case, but the bulk of the cases don't get that. And I think that all of them should. But part of it also should be looking at, well, what happened on the judicial level? Okay, it's one thing, what happened, what went wrong on the police level? Did the defense lawyer make omissions that could be learned from? What about the prosecution? But we need to extend that into the judges as well, and what happened along the way. And I think reaching those judges and re-educating them, and look, here are the ways you went wrong in this case. I mean, you get what your lines of, you get what your conclusions you made that were wrong. Do you understand the faulty reasoning along the way? You won't make the mistake again like this, will you? At least not the same way.
That needs oversight.
Everything's going to just continue.
So, Jeff, where do you go from here now? You've got you as we wrap it up, you'll take these necessary procedural steps. You'll get your license. Where do you see the Deskovic Foundation for Justice heading?
Yes. So what I see us heading is, we're about to embark on some fundraising, because I do want to hire additional, professional lawyers, paralegals, investigators, other essential personnel, to really turn this thing up. So getting that funding in the door, hiring additional people, that's part of what I'm going. We're all working in other states now. With it can happen to you on a policy level, like Pennsylvania and California, to address, bring the commission over there and put compensation and services in place. We are going to expand into other states, and at some point, I would like to. My ultimate dream, Bob, is to have an office in each state. Because wrongful conviction is a statewide problem. It's not a New York problem.
It's a nationwide. Hey, Jeff.
But it's worldwide. I'd love to have an office in every. I'd love to have an office in every country, Bob.
Well, allow me to end it this way, Jeff. I wouldn't bet against you after what you've already accomplished. This will be almost downhill for you. But before you go, I just want to congratulate you on passing the bar. You're doing the Lord's work, and thanks for making all this time for us this morning. I really appreciate it.
Oh, you're so welcome, Bob, and thank you for having me on the show. And hey, good morning, Westchester.
That's right. Thank you so very much, Jeff Deskovic, everybody. The Jeff Deskovic Foundation for Justice. I'll read the weather, and then we're going to hear from a long-time pal, this man from Tuckahoe, Greg Luisi. But first, let's do a little bit of a weather report. Go ahead, Chris. You're on the air.
Thank you, Bob. And this weather report is brought to you exclusively by United Hebrew of New Rochelle, voted one of America's best rehabilitation and senior care campuses. It's right here in New Rochelle. Visit uhgc.com. Right now, it is 37 degrees along the Sound Shore. Today, there'll be periods of drizzle, not enough for an umbrella, maybe a nice hat. Temperature will be 40 degrees. Tonight, mostly cloudy, mix of snow and rain. The snow won't stick. This shouldn't be an issue. Temperature will be in the mid-30s. Tomorrow, mostly cloudy. Temperature will be up near 50, 48 is the high. Wednesday, partly sunny and breezy. The high will be 46. And Thursday, mostly sunny skies, and we are expected to hit 50 degrees. And I'm Chris Conway, and that's the weather report on Radio Westchester.
Thank you very much, Chris. That is, of course, Chris Conway. And at the bottom of the hour has been brought to you by Aging Issues Management, the law firm of Pena and Con, Dominic Cigars, and Plug-in Virtual Reality as well. Our friends at United Hebrew, top-rated campus of senior care. Visit uhgc.com. And it's always great when we get to renew a relationship with an old friend. This man is the mayor of Tuckahoe. I was in his fine town the other night. But first, please welcome back to these microphones now at Radio Westchester, Greg Luisi. Good morning, Greg.
Good morning, Bob. So good to hear your voice again.
Man, it sounds good to hear yours, sir. You know, I found a restaurant in your place that is only 7 minutes from New Rochelle. I always thought Tuckahoe was like a long drive.
No.
I went to that place, the old Stone Inn.
The old Stone Mill, yes.
Yeah, had a little pasta, was good, little salad, glass of wine. Doesn't get better than that. But quite
an historic place here in Tuckahoe. That goes back to the days of the quarry, that the building.
Because it's made of
and of course,
stones.
if you've noticed the smokestack that you saw as you approached the entrance of the restaurant. Well, that is a bone of contention right now for the management company that runs the Riverview. That building right adjacent to the Stone Mill.
Yeah, I saw that, and I saw the piece in the paper a couple of weeks ago about this. What are you going to do with that smokestack?
Well, you know, as part of the site plan approval back in 1998, the Riverview was supposed to maintain the integral structure of that smokestack. Well, over the years, I guess when management companies changed hands, I guess the lawyers didn't read all the fine print, so now it's at the point where it's going to cost well over $500,000 to repair it or to maintain it, and that cost will be passed on to the owners of the apartments in the Riverview, which will be quite substantial from what I'm gathering from watching the planning board meetings. So, of course, management wants to take it down, and, then we have people here in the village that say, hey, we have to stick by the site plan approval. We can't go along modifying these things just because, you fell down on the job. So it's going to be interesting to see how this plays out.
Now, what's interesting is, why do they need to have it go away anyway? It's kind of an historic smokestack, isn't it?
Well, it never received that designation. I believe they had an opportunity to apply for a historic landmark designation, which, again, this is what I'm gathering from the planning board meetings. If they had done that, then they could have applied for grant monies to maintain the smokestack. Well, that being done, now it's just considered a landmark because it's been in Tuckahoe for well over 100 years. Part of what was Borough's welcome back in the early 1900s when they were a pharmaceutical company, and then, of course, Revlon took over the property in the mid-'60s and conducted their business out of that facility as well. So it has historical significance to many of the residents that grew up here. But again, it's going to be to maintain, to spend that kind of money to maintain a smokestack. The residents are saying that's crazy. It's going to send us out of here. We can't afford it. There's money that they would rather. There's other improvements within the building that they live in that they want to improve, rather than the smokestack. So it's a hot button topic right here in Tuckahoe. Localized as it may be, but nonetheless, I think there's a meeting this week about it as well. So
no
we
sense
might have a decision.
You know I'm good at puns. No sense blowing your stack over it. It is 8:56. So have you enjoyed being mayor these 3 years?
Yeah, it's been only since April, Bob.
Oh, that's right.
I've been trustee since 2011.
That's right.
I assumed. Yep. The election was this past March.
Oh, that's right. Yes.
So what is it? 7 months now. I think I'm
Seems
into
like
this.
years. You enjoying the job?
It's a lot of fun meeting a lot of interesting people, a lot of great interactions with people as well. I've had the kids from the local schools come up, and I've given them tours of the mayor's office, and then of course they always love to go downstairs to see the jail and the police department. It's very interesting, and there's a lot more that I have to learn. But again, I have a lot of help, with my fellow trustees and the people that work for the village.
So I got to remember, you've been a trustee since 11, not mayor. That's right. All right, what else is going on in your town, and how is your son?
My son is doing very well. Matter of fact, he's working on next year's gala as to what the theme will be. I believe the theme is going to be honoring people who donated stem cells to save people's lives. So right now, that's what the theme of next year's gala is going to be.
Good for him. A close relative of mine was just diagnosed with ACL, with acute leukemia. It's just, the thing is a scourge. A scourge.
It is. But, they've made such vast improvements in the last 20, 25 years, so I wish them all the best.
Are you going to be at the gala again with that little tiny fire engine that you say I'm short enough to drive?
No. We've moved on from that. As a matter of fact, our last car, that last motorized vehicle that you're referring to, is going out to Hackensack Hospital in Jersey. So that'll be 13 cars that we had raised money for that have been distributed throughout area hospitals.
So any report before we send you on your way? Any other report, any update on Tuckahoe you want to add?
This is very, very important. This is probably affects not only the residents of Tuckahoe, but anybody who travels through Tuckahoe. Con Edison has just begun gas line replacement on the Main Street corridor. And that's a project that is anticipated to run 3 months now without any setbacks. But in amongst all of this, Suez Water Company also came to the realization that their water pipes also need replacement because they're well over 100 years old. So we were trying to get both utilities to work together, but
you can.
As you and I well know, that's not happening. So
you're making me get itchy, and I'm going to get boils and welts from the fact that they did sewers and or Con Ed work on the biggest thoroughfare in Pelham on Lincoln Avenue by where the hutch is. Horrible for months and months. It's horrible.
We've been in touch with the county, hoping that we can get them to keep their hands and feet on the back and necks of utility to get this thing done in a timely manner because, as you well know, it's a major commercial thoroughfare here.
Oh, yeah.
Main Street.
Good luck with that.
And, there's no good time, there's no right time to do this.
Summer would be better when the kids are out of school, but who am I?
I thought the same thing, but we cannot tell Con Ed when to do their work. They have a litany of projects that they have to work on, and I guess however they do their planning, this is the time that they're going to do Main Street in Tuckahoe.
Yeah.
Well, again, as I said, we wanted to get Suez to come in there at the same time to, conceivably work side by side, but you got to send this group of people out from the water company to assess the situation. Then you got to order the material. Then you got to put it on the docket as to when the job will be done.
It's. I feel your pain, as the President Clinton used to say. Well, Greg Luisi, welcome back. Thank you very, very much. We will be in touch. If this is a good regular time, we'll keep it. So thank you so much.
Okay, Bob, you got it, Bob. You take care now.
Take care. Greg Luisi, he is the mayor of Tuckahoe, and in about 60 seconds, we will get busy with one Bob Cox. Bob Cox, as you know, is the managing editor and the publisher of Talk of the Sound, considered the source since 2008, and we certainly consider him the source here. And on the agenda today, the new Rochelle school situation, the issue going on now with the coach at the football of the football team and his, quote, reassignment, unquote, and other things in Bob's newspaper, but more importantly, on this day, what's going on at the school district. And also, Bob has invited on today the head of the teachers union relevant to the situation. So we'll get to that in just a moment. We're going to take a quick break. Good morning, Bob Cox. You also invited Mr. McLean on. Go ahead, say that again.
He's going to call in about 9:20.
Okay, that works. Thank you very much. Bob Cox will be along in a minute. I just want to reset here. It's we've already taken care of the full weather, but it's 37 degrees. It was drizzling. It's not drizzling right now. We are going to take a break just for a few minutes and remind you that we are supported this morning by United Hebrew of New Rochelle. One moment, please. A one-man band supported by United Hebrew of New Rochelle, the law firm of Payne & Con, Dominic Cigars, and Plug-in Virtual Reality. This is the one over. All right, it is 9:03. Gave you a little chance to catch your breath, have a sip of coffee. We're going to have some here, Lord knows. My guest, and now what I want you to do is write a note in your calendars, because we've been trying to get this thing right. Now, eventually, Bob's probably going to be doing his own show as well here on Radio Westchester, which we look forward to. But also, we're going to have him on every Monday at 9 o'clock, and he covers the news of the day, or the news that he's covering. Of course, the big news that Bob has been covering these last few days, this last week or two, and frankly, an issue, we have this expression we used to use in the neighborhood. He made his bones working on the issues of the New Rochelle School District. Very involved, but of course, many more issues too. He's the managing editor and the publisher of Talk of the Sound, and I love the handle, considered the source since 2008. Bob Cox, good morning.
Good morning.
It's good to see you, and also appreciate the people that you've invited to be with us. Do you have any more news? We know that the football team won, which is a good thing, and the people are waiting to see if and when their coach comes back. What can you add to that so far? What do you know so far?
Well, first let me say that I was up in Mahopac, as they say it up there.
Mahopac? They say Mahopac? And I always say Mayopac.
Yeah, well, Mahopac for the game Saturday. And, it wasn't my idea of fun necessarily, because it was freezing cold, and the game was tied most of the way 7-7. But it ended up being an incredibly exciting game.
Yeah.
About 5 minutes to go, Rochelle scored, got a fumble, scored again, 121-7, and I was on the field as the clock wound down, and with the players when they got their plaque and all that, and so I just would say that was a genuinely exciting, wonderful moment for the players and for their coaches, and to be right up in there with them as they were celebrating. I would describe it as just pure joy.
Yeah, it was, wasn't it?
And right after the game was over, I went to my car to warm up a little bit and to write up a few things and post some photos and videos. And I observed that it was a real testament to the players, the student athletes, and their coaches,
and the assistant coaches who took over for that.
Well, just the game aside,
yeah,
which they won. These are kids, okay, 15, 16, 17 years old kids who stood up to kind of media pressure that makes pro athletes crack. Every media outlet in the area has been covering this story for the past week, and the players and those coaches comported themselves in an incredibly, I would say, admirable way.
You almost want to say a professional way.
Admirable way. And, quite frankly, you could talk all day long about how Coach D infected kids' lives and all that, but there was nothing more a testament to that than how these student athletes responded over the course of the week, because they conducted themselves in such an admirable way. And not that winning is everything, It's the only thing, right? They won, right? So under really adverse circumstances, and so now they go on to the next round up in Middletown on Saturday evening. And so just I wanted to start before we get into all the backstory of what happened. At the end of the day, these kids performed incredibly well.
Well, they deserve kudos. And as far as, football is a little different than some of the other sports. A lot has to do with the infrastructure you set up and how you delegate to the assistant coaches. So it's still a win for the coach, even though he wasn't there. I mean, it's his shop. It's his program.
Yeah, I mean, as far as developments, we're spoke to school officials over the weekend, so they're going to have a decision when they have a completed investigation, whenever that is. They don't have any particular schedule for when that would be. I know you had been in communication about having them come on.
Yes, I did.
Your show, and I'll pass along to you from them, having spoke to them Sunday, that they will be here when they're ready.
Said they'd be.
When they're ready.
They said the last they said to me was after Tuesday, evidently, but that doesn't mean Wednesday, obviously.
Yeah, just whenever it's ready. So we're not going to hear much from them officially until then. But I think there hasn't been a huge change since the end of the week. But I haven't been on since Tuesday, so just to update, we had the announcement Wednesday night. There was a press conference Thursday morning. There was an after event with a bunch of parents that showed up immediately after. I would say there was well over 100 people that were parents or otherwise associated with the football program. And then there was a back and forth involving the union. So they put out a statement that they're calling on for the resignation of the superintendent, which was pretty amazing considering it was exactly 2 weeks into her tenure. So that's probably a record somewhere.
Well, I'm sure it is.
And then Friday there was two events. There was a organized sort of student walkout at the high school, and in the afternoon, and then later in the day there was a rally on the steps of City Hall with the union. Where they sort of reiterated their concerns about due process, which the union president hopefully will come on later and he can expand on. But overall, not a good situation, and I don't see it getting any better anytime soon.
Bob, even from some of the conversations we've had, and even I'm sure since the soberness in me, these things become so complex, and in the effort to be fair. And try and capture it, you can pull your hair out. You may well have.
I would if I had any.
No, but as you know, we really wrestle with this because you want to be fair, and then you say to yourself, particularly during commentary periods, did I go too far? Did I get the facts right? And so you struggle to do that. Why, when dealing with the school district, and perhaps you can even act as a counselor to someone like me, you've done it for so long, why is it like trying to nail Jell-O to a wall? It's hard to get to the bottom of this stuff.
Well, I think it's sort of the natural state of the way education bureaucracies work. They're used to not being transparent. They often have the ability to hide behind confidentiality and privacy of students and staff.
That was brought up by a commentator earlier today.
Yeah, so, but they also, in my view, live in a world where the average parent or resident has no way to fact check what they're saying. And I believe that's one of the reasons that I've annoyed school officials for so long.
For decades.
Because I have the ability to get the other side of the story. And but I've had that experience many, many times where, people will tell you something and then you go actually look to see what happened, and it turned out not to be true. I'm not saying that's specifically happening here.
No, I understand.
But I said that's sort of the mindset that's existed, and you would think that they've learned that trying to squeeze down on that information is only going to cause it to slip through their fingers, because it makes it that much more interesting for somebody like me to bring it out. Right? See, they were just transparent all the time. Nobody would read Talk of the Sound. You wouldn't be having me as a guest because there'd be nothing to talk about.
Well, that's interesting to say, but
So please keep doing it.
no, my guest is Bob Cox. Grateful for the lack of transparency that some people in the news often proffer and then get caught at. But even in a case like this, my first reaction was, okay, we got a straight shooter and people don't like a straight shooter. And there's still a part of me that almost hopes that's the case, but hope's got nothing to do with facts. Because if a rule, and again, if a rule was broken and that was the way it's supposed to get handled, but as usual, then so be it. But as usual, there's always a lot more to the story.
Well, there is, and so I'll say two things about that. So to address directly what you just said, and then sort of onto the issue backstory.
Yeah.
People are going to be, I think, very disappointed if they imagine that there is going to be something like the Mueller report that comes out that says, okay, here's everything we know about what happened. Here's all the witness statements. Here's videotape. Here's the medical records, whatever. Okay. It seems like that's very unlikely to happen. Okay. What's more likely to happen is that there's going to be an announcement of some adjudication of this matter and a statement of, and we can't tell you. So what's going to really change? Well, either the coach is going to be terminated,
which I doubt.
I have no idea. He's going to either be terminated, they're going to say time served, right? Or you're going to get suspended, for 30 days or something like that. That's something that they do for teachers, 30 days.
But they're going to have to, if they do that, aren't they, Bob, going to have to say why?
No.
Don't they have to at least say the rule he violated?
No.
But here's the two worlds that are colliding here. If that's true, and if they say that because of confidentiality, why then is the union upset that more wasn't said? What would the union have preferred to see in this case, do you think? And we'll ask.
Well, we're going to hear directly from the man himself, so we can just wait to hear what he has to say. But I read
because that flies in the face of logic. If we don't. Although not necessarily, because it depends on who's deceiving who. If the school is saying we're reassigning him temporarily, but we can't tell you why to protect confidentiality, what could they, and again, this is rhetorical, I guess, at this point, what could they have done in the absence of disclosing even more information?
Well, I think the statement from the union is pretty clear that they feel that due process was violated because they made a public announcement that they were taking this action without having actually completed an investigation. And I've been involved in about 15 cases where employees were brought up on charges because of my reporting. So I'm familiar with what happened in those cases. And this is mostly in the past 3 years. And the standard process is that an employee gets a letter from HR saying report to City Hall. They sit down and they're told, okay, here's what you're accused of doing. You're entitled to representation. So we're going to set up a meeting, next week. You're going to come back with your lawyer and or your union representative, and we're going to go through this in detail, and we're going to talk about what's going to happen. Okay. So obviously none of that happened because the press release went out first. According to Coach D's supporters, he hasn't spoken publicly, but he did not actually have a meeting with anybody at City Hall. There was supposed to be a meeting Thursday morning. For whatever reason, it didn't happen, and there hasn't been a meeting as of Friday evening. So I assume that's still the case now, that there has not been a meeting. Maybe there's one this morning. But that is not actually the process that the district has followed in the past.
Well, that's in the but again, there is a new sheriff in town. But can I infer from what you've said that he's not been told what he violated? Or we don't know that?
Well, I don't know. I don't know because nobody's really talking. Okay, so all we have is sort of secondhand accounts. But there was a statement fax that was put out by the New Rochelle High School Football Parents Association. I'm probably getting their name exactly wrong, but parents of the football program, that laid out a statement to the effect that after the incident, he was called in to talk to the interim principal, Joseph Stravaji. Then he got a phone call from the HR person and was notified that by the principal that he was not going to be coaching. So that process, if that's accurate, that is not the normal process. usually they gather all the information first, and then they go to the person and say, here's what we have. And they might say, if you don't resign, we're going to, pursue charges. We're going to refer to the DA, depending on the nature of what the person's accused of. So it seemed a bit backwards. I don't really know what to say because the superintendent was asked all these questions at the press conference and she has said that she's not going to talk about the process.
Yeah, well, that was my question to you. You'd attended all these press conferences, and yet she says she won't talk about the process. What has been her major, thus far, defense of what she did?
Well, I think it was more that she stated what was done and that the press conference wasn't to discuss any of that. It was to talk about how the school was going to support the student athletes and, what was happening with coaches and that they would, have support as players and getting ready for the game. But none of it was about what actually happened, right? So we have a lot of different versions of what happened out there floating around. But none of them officially from her. And nothing. The board isn't saying anything. In fact, the board members haven't even been at any of these meetings, which is by design. I mean, she basically is the one who made the decision, and it's pretty clear her personality is my decision. I'll go explain it, defend it, speak. And so she's not hiding. She's been accessible.
That in and of itself is commendable, but the proof is going to be in the pudding.
Well, that room so there was the press conference, which was the second most number of cameras I've seen at a press conference for the school district. The first most was after Valerie Schwab. So it was a high level of interest from the media for the obvious reason that, it's an interesting story, but also the football team happens to be ranked number 2 in the state. They're going to the playoffs.
Right.
Coach DeRenzo is widely known.
And also the backstory that she has taken this job already under fire because of her lawsuit down in New York City and a reaction by the group known as, I guess, euphemistically or specifically as the Collective, which doesn't want her to be there because of that lawsuit.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a whole other set of issues there, but, you kind of have to wonder about that because she's already in a deep hole with a number of people in the minority communities or, sort of with the far left of the Democratic Party in New Rochelle. People that are now city council people elect have been actively opposing her. The NAACP is opposing her, calling for her resignation. And then, I was at the theater Wednesday night.
Yeah,
and so I had my phone off.
Ruined your moment.
Well, I had my phone off. I went to see David Byrne, American Utopia. Excellent, by the way.
Oh.
And so I turned my phone on. Of course, it blew up. And I'm like, what the heck is going on? And I dig through and I find the announcement from the district and that they are reassigning Coach DeRenzo. And my first reaction was, is this woman crazy?
No.
Because
from a political point of view.
Because Coach D is without
he's
argument,
an icon.
Without argument, he's the most popular figure in the African American community in New Rochelle, bar none. He's widely liked, loved by people. So you're already in a hole, and now it seems like, boy, you're really going to dig yourself into a deeper hole. And I don't see from talking to all the people I talked to, for example, at the game, I made it a point to go around. That's why I went there. I'm not a sports reporter. I wasn't covering the game itself. I was trying to talk to the people that were there. And I would say that, this is a permanent damage to the relationship between the black community and the superintendent.
Why is Coach so marred in the African American community?
Well, he has for a long time been, I think, fair to say, a father figure to many of these players who didn't necessarily have fathers in the home. He has given a lot of himself back to the community and is viewed, I think rightly so, as a selfless individual who is much more concerned about his players than he is about himself. And I didn't even hear the quote that he ended up giving to WNBC, which is, I'm not worried about myself, I'm worried about my players, going into what was happening with this weekend. Because that's how he thinks, that's how he's taught. I've had many sidebar conversations with him. I used to walk my dog past the practice field, regularly, and would occasionally talk to the coach. and that's what his focus was, just his players.
I think our guest is with us. Bob, the voice you hear right now is that of Bob Cox. He's the managing editor and publisher of Talk of the Sound. And again, I love the handle. Consider the source. We certainly use him that way and employ him that way, and are happy to do so. On the telephone right now, because he's right on time. I've known this man for years myself, when he was working with the church here locally, former fireman, head of the NAACP. Please welcome Mark McLean. Good morning, Mark. How are you?
Good morning. How are you, Bob?
Okay, it's been a while. It's been a very busy time. Bob Cox is here, as you know. Robert, say hello.
Hey, Mark, how you doing?
And I know we wanted, of course, to talk with you and get your take first about what happened over this weekend. And Bob, please be right with this. Kudos to the team. They won. Kudos to the management of the coaches. And, of course, certainly coach can take credit for that. Football being an infrastructure sport you have to manage every day. What's your take about what went on, and where would you like to see this head?
Well, I would say that this is a manifestation of a board that has gone off the rails. They have created an atmosphere in the district of palpable fear, of retribution, and taking out personal vendettas. What happened to Coach D was outrageous. It's very unfair, and it's damage that he sustained to an impeccable 30-year record that he probably won't ever be able to get back. And so it's very unfortunate. And at the end of the day, our community and our students lose because of this tyrannical leadership of our board.
Now, you mentioned tyrannical leadership. Now, again, Coach, we were just talking about the coach. He has such a wonderful reputation in the community, et cetera, that I'm going to assume, and we all aren't sure about exactly what happened, that he made an error in protocol. This is an assumption, with the best of intentions. I don't see how that should hurt his reputation. I mean, clearly it allows someone to ask, gee, you guys couldn't wait till after the investigation or whatever the case may be.
Well, allow me to enlighten you on how his reputation has been damaged severely. First of all, I was on the phone with Coach D, minutes after this press release and district-wide email went out, and he explained to me exactly from his point of view what happened. And when I heard it, I was shocked.
Are you free? I don't want to hurt his case in any way. So let me preface this by saying, and by the way, I know you've become a minister. Should I be addressing you as such? I don't want to be disrespectful. You're a minister, McLean, now, correct?
Well, yes, I am a minister.
Okay, well,
I mean, I am a child of this community, and I'm born and raised here.
Well, I know that well. I know that well.
It's fine.
Okay, but I've been calling you Mark for years, but I like to respect titles on the air, sir. But anyway, are you at liberty to mention what the coach said?
Yes, it's out there, and it helps. It helps the fact that it's out there because it's so innocuous compared to what they did to him that it illuminates the ridiculousness of the board, and it shows obviously that they had this is a personal vendetta. He was having a family member that was in distress. I'm just going to put it this way to keep it quick. He was helping a family member that was in distress, and he delivered her to her father and delivered her to safety. Now, you can compare and contrast those facts with the fact that they put out this nebulous press release to all the press that, allowed people and encouraged people to speculate whether or not he was inappropriate sexually with a student.
I hadn't even thought of that. Oh my!
So once that goes out, that you never can get that back. My son, who played for Coach D, he's living in Maryland. He gives me a call. He says it's all over. It's all over personal social media, and everyone is speculating that the Coach D touched a child. That's horrific. It's horrific. And once that goes out, once you spill that milk, you can never get that back. And it's all because this board, led by Amy Mazzelli, has been for some time operating with retribution in the politics of personal vendettas.
Why target the coach? Why target the coach, who everyone knows is an icon?
Well, there was this recent there was this recent argument that coach was in the middle of with the school board district around the firing of the athletic trainer. I happened to get pulled in, because the fired the athletic trainer, and she was beloved by everybody, including Coach D. Mm-hmm. And then the best part about it is that they didn't replace her, and they had the football team practicing and actually playing actual games without a athletic trainer.
Do we know why? Pardon me, Minister. Do we know, Reverend, why she was dismissed?
I just got a cursory narrative that she butted heads with the doctor, who's the head of district health.
Bob, can you
help me, Bob, with her name?
The medical director, Dr. Brooke Belchan.
Brooke Bell, he said the medical director, doctor's by the name of Brooke Belchan. Continue.
She had a personal. She had personal. Argument, or their personality didn't mesh, and Dr. Beltran was the one that initiated her removal.
Well,
I don't know that to be true.
And Mark, let me just jump in, because I looked up all the records on this yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
So the athletic trainer was working part-time under a contract with the company she worked at for the past 3 years. And there was a push to get it made into be a full-time position. And sort of famously within the school board world, a bunch of athletes showed up at the budget meeting back in the spring, and they were both advocating for having a full-time trainer, and they also ate all the cookies. So this was controversial.
What's wrong with eating the cookies?
Well, because I wanted some cookies, and there was none left. You don't let a bunch of student athletes come in and get access to free cookies. So,
oh my goodness!
But this has been simmering for a long time, and what happened was that they actually had an RFP. They signed a contract with this company, but by then, and this was in August, 4 days earlier, she had already agreed to take a position at Pace University as the athletic trainer there. So. I don't think it was a matter of competence, because this person was obviously good enough to get hired at a university. Mm-hmm. But between August and November, there's been this sort of running battle behind the scenes. And I think what Mark's getting at is there was a personality conflict involving the coach and the medical director, and it played out on this issue of the athletic trainer. And then the allegation is, among many people, is that the retribution that Mark's referencing is that the medical director and some of the board sort of going after the coach because of this fight over the athletic trainer. So this was sort of a case where this incident occurred, and maybe you'd say that he sort of handed his enemies a sword.
Okay, but he handed them a sword by whatever the breach was in protocol, by taking this person direct to the family. Because one of the things that's been hard for us in the news, Reverend McLean and also Bob, is to understand what protocol was violated that justified his being suspended.
And this is the point of argument there too, is that his position is he's not aware of any protocol. Mm-hmm. And having worked there, I can attest that there are a lot of there's not protocols, or there are protocols that they're not enforced. There's in a lot of things, and so he's saying that he's saying that there is any, and if there is, he wasn't aware of any. But the thing that is so obvious is that you have an incident that is someone who is acting to protect his family member, and the punishment is so disproportionate. It's so out of line with what really actually happened, and so that tends to point to that there was some extra motivation to make an example out of Coach D. Coach D.
Go ahead.
Now, Coach D has been he's been a foundational figure in particular in African American community, and we all know what the turmoil has been with this district around hiring and not following policies to bring us a superintendent with an anti-black lawsuit and a legacy of segregation and injuring, in my point of view, the African American community and the community at large by this board. Now they exacerbate this by taking this incident that could have been easily resolved and doing something that completely destroys the reputation of a person that has done great work, particularly amongst young African American males in developing a wonderful football program that teaches our young kids about hard work, about a work ethic, about teamwork, about perseverance, never giving up. And they do this, and they don't even in the community. Kids are not even in their calculation. And see, this has to stop. This has to stop, or else our community is going to go down the tube.
Bob has something he wants to say.
Just as we have to focus in on what's the problem. The problem is this tyrannical board.
Mark, so there may be a resolution of an investigation at some point, and we may hear exactly what it is or not. But would you say that, based on what you just said, that before the investigation's completed, Coach D has already been punished?
Absolutely, yes, absolutely. It's been unfairly punished.
Now,
and,
I just want to weigh in, and maybe because I'm a Pollyanna-ish guy, and I never thought of his touching any person inappropriately, but someone with his reputation, and I'm not trying to get in the way of any potential lawsuits or union work. I can't imagine that any hint of anything worse than breaking an information protocol will tarnish his career. I'd like to think not. Maybe I'm just being Pollyanna-ish. Bob's looking at me like as if to say, Bob, you are being
I just think in the world of social media and Google and all that and online reputation, I
would just hate that for him.
Well, when you Google his name, okay, what are the stories that you're going to see? Up until the other day, you were going to see stories about how they won a playoff game.
Right.
Now, if you Google his name, you're going to see all these stories about he's been reassigned, and there's all this speculation as to why. So I think Mark has a valid point. And, there's a...
No, I understand. I'm just saying I tend to be Pollyannish about that. I mean, the guy is an icon who I've never...
well, there's a movie that I'm sure Mark has seen many, many times called Notting Hill with Julia Roberts.
Yeah, I've seen it.
Hugh Grant, because he's a big Julia Roberts fan. And in that scene, she plays a movie star, and there's this scandal.
Sure, I know it well.
She makes a point to the guy, says, what's the big deal? It's just today's newspaper. It'll be gone tomorrow. She says, no, it's forever. This is forever. I'll be dealing with this forever. Every time I have a movie come out, I'll be asked about it. Every interview I do, I'll be asked about it. And that's a fair summary of the situation Coach D has, because this will be something that follows him for a long time.
I got to
regardless of the
reset.
outcome.
It's 9:36. You're listening to the long-form interview with Bob Cox. We have a guest on the telephone, a minister now, Mark McLean of the NAACP as well, talking about the situation affecting the coach of the football team. We do expect to be joined by the head of the union. What are you going to do next about this, Mark? Where are we headed next?
Well, the main, I could say what the main focus of Coach D is, and from the onset of this, it's on his kids, and it's his singular focus is getting back to be able to do what he does best, and minister to the kids. For me, as a community activist, I am going to focus on holding the folks that are responsible for the chaotic mess that is our community right now in New Rochelle, and that's the board and its leader, Amy Mazzelli. We have all these symptoms of this sickness, and heretofore we've been focusing on the symptoms. We have Laura Fay, who I believe should have never even gotten an interview, let alone a job. We have a law firm that is anti-union and anti-worker that has terrorized our district. And we just have a general disrespect and disregard for the community, in that it's all the responsibility for that all comes from this runaway board that has advocated its responsibility in which they were elected to do, and that's represent the community and the kids in this community. So I'll be focusing on holding people.
Okay, Mark, we just did hear from our next guest. You can hang with us for a little while if you can. Again, this is the extended hour on Radio Westchester, the Mornings with Bob Marrone show. We are talking about the issues with the school district. We have heard, and we'll continue to hear from Mark McLean from the NAACP. He's also a minister here in town, former fireman, and as he said, an activist, and we're getting that side of the story now. Also with us, please welcome the head of the union here, the school union, representing the teachers in New Rochelle, Martin Daly. Mr. Daly, good morning, and thank you for calling in.
Good morning. Thank you for having me.
Now, I am with Bob Cox, whom you know well. Bob Cox, the managing editor and publisher of Talk of the Sound. Now, we, of course, heard some of the announcements coming from yourself and your concerns, and I think Mr. McLean, Minister McLean, articulated well what his concern was about the coach's reputation. Again, I tend to be Pollyannish. I'm not as worried about that, perhaps, as he is. But what is your concern, and how do you intend to proceed?
Okay, well, I think our primary concern was with the decision by the board and the superintendent to send out send out emails last week when two members, but first we'll start with Mr. Durenzo. Mr. Durenzo was reassigned to home pending an investigation into an alleged infraction that the district felt they wanted to look into, and then they sent him home while they did that. That's standard operating procedure here. The union understands and fully respects the district's rights to, reassign someone to home and while they investigate, an allegation of wrongdoing or an infraction against policy. What bothered us was later that day, the district sent out an email to the entire New Rochelle community under the guise of transparency, asserting that Mr. Durenzo had been sent home, but pending an investigation. But of course, they couldn't, because the privacy law prohibited from going into the details of that. It just ended up being, the man's name and reputation was put out there. People, sometimes right away speculate the most egregious kinds of violations, which this is not. They speculate illegal activity, which this is not. And it really undermines, his opportunities for a full and fair hearing on the issue, and then to be restored back to work. Ironically, later that night, after the email regarding Mr. Durenzo went out, the board and the school superintendent sent out a second email about a teacher at Isaac E. Young who was also sent home pending investigation to some allegations about him. That teacher was suspended over a week ago. So I'm still trying to figure out why no email went out at the time of that suspension, but waited almost a full week and went out an hour after Mr. Lorenzo's email, the email about Mr. Lorenzo. So it seems as though they're scrambling to try and say this is a new policy, but it really upset the union. It upset our members. We feel that they're really impacting in a very negative way our due process rights. Our names are out there without any due diligence. Neither of these members have met with the superintendent or the human resources director. Neither of these members have been afforded an opportunity to tell their side of the story. The names were just put out in the community. It becomes almost like a trial by innuendo and speculation and hearsay. And how do these two men get their good names back? And both of them have good reputations. So it was that judgment call to send out an email to the entire school district announcing that 2 teachers had been suspended pending investigations that was unprecedented.
Now, if I may,
where our frustration came.
That's okay. That voice you hear is that of Martin Daly. He is the union representative for the teachers here in New Rochelle.
May I jump in, Bob, and correct please before Marty gets in trouble with the other half of his
go ahead.
membership.
Yes, thank you, Bob. I was about to say the same thing.
Fuse is teachers and service-related professionals, which would be grounds and...
Okay. I don't want to get anybody in trouble. Thanks, Bob.
I appreciate that, and thank you for the clarification, Bob.
Don't you think I should be the one being thankful? Thank you, Robert. He saved my butt yet again.
You'd have a whole bunch of people out here protesting outside.
One of those people, I see pitchforks and torches circling the radio station. Mr. Daly, what should have been done in your view? What would the union have respected in this case?
Well, I would have respected the process if they had kept it the way it always had been. Which was to, if an allegation was made and the district felt they needed to investigate it prior to taking action because they wanted to find out all of the facts, which is their right. Nobody's going to argue that, certainly not the union. It was done in a manner that the teacher or the staff member was assigned to home. The incident or event or series of events or whatever allegations were investigated by usually the building principal or supervisor, perhaps the human resources office. The member would be called in to speak to the allegations or the concerns, and then a decision would be reached. Sometimes there would be a disciplinary penalty, like a letter to file. Sometimes there would be the decision to take further action, more serious action. And oftentimes, the member is returned to his or her work assignment with what we call a letter of counsel, which isn't really disciplinary, just a reminder that, this was your best judgment. Please don't let it happen again.
Bob had a comment. Go ahead, Robert.
I wanted to ask you about the defense that's offered of why the announcement was made for Coach DiRienzo, which is, no offense to the rest of your members, but he's somebody who's so highly visible that if he suddenly disappeared, that would raise even more questions, that he's not at practice, if he wasn't at the game, which, based on what happened, he wouldn't have been.
Kind of damned if you do, damned if you don't.
So how do you address that part where they were doing something that they kind of had to do because of him being such a high-profile public figure?
And that's a fair question, and it's true. I mean, Coach D is well known and happily well respected throughout the district. I think what we would have preferred is, well, first, if they had conducted their investigation in an expedited manner, as they had claimed, if it happened in the afternoon on Wednesday, it could have been resolved with maybe a day's absence, which really wouldn't have, everybody has a sick day here and there. A day's absence, maybe 2 days, which wouldn't have had to be explained. And if it went longer than that, then perhaps they could have said something to maybe the football team parents or his students at the high school. But again, one of the things that frustrates us, specifically in Coach D's situation, is on Wednesday afternoon, we had had conversations. I had conversations with Mr. Dorenzo, with Mr. Servaggi, with Mr. Scordo, who's the Human Resources Director, and we believed that we would be able to meet on Thursday morning and reach a resolution on this matter. And that was scuttled Wednesday night with the email that went out, and with the decision to cancel the meeting with Mr. Dorenzo on Thursday. And as of now, and I sent emails or texts this morning to both the superintendent and the Human Resources Director saying, please, can we have a meeting today? Let's expedite this and bring some normalcy back to our school district. And I got a very, benign response saying, we will schedule it as soon as possible. There doesn't seem to be any sense of urgency on the part of the school district, and I think they're using this faux transparency and this thorough investigation to just delay it. And I don't think they understand the deeply held feelings of the community, of the union, and certainly of the players, that they want to see Coach be restored to his position. And if there's any way to do that, we should be working on that now. And they don't seem to see that as a priority.
9:40. It is 9:48. I think Reverend McLean had something to add. Mark?
Yes. Well, Mr. Daly adequately said what I want to say in terms of the expeditious process. This thing could have been taken care of expeditiously, and let's be clear and let's be frank about it. This is not an infraction that was so horrendous and so hideous that you have to tar and feather this individual, lock him out of the school. This is heavy-handed tactics that is clearly motivated by something other than justice and protecting the kids.
Well, Bob wants to.
I could not agree more with
Bob,
Mr. McLean's assessment.
Bob wanted to mention something. Go ahead.
I wanted to actually ask this question of Mr. Daly, which is, at some point, this is going to get resolved. Okay, we'll have a decision, an adjudication of the matter, one way or the other. However, what's not going away is the fact that they put out these names to the public sort of before they went through the process. So, you had a rally on Friday afternoon. The White Plains unit of NYSUT expressed their support. Do you think that this issue with the union's concerns about due process is going to go away just because the matter of either the teacher, Isaac, or the coach? So what's going to happen next with that?
No, we certainly don't. I mean, these two, and again, Lou being a kind of a high-profile member in our school district, kind of drew a lot of public attention to it. But in both cases, we felt that was pretty egregious, and neither one of them. And I could not agree more with Dr. Minister McLean's observations about the heavy-handed manner in which this is proceeding. We plan to pursue it. I'm trying to work with get some advice from our NYSUT office counsel to see, can we limit. Usually, those kinds of emails are sent out when there's something egregious, usually illegal. But for boilerplate infractions of policy, protocol, or kind of vague allegations that need to be really researched and investigated, they're not sent out for the very reason that the disposition of those cases, if they're not criminal or that serious, will never be known, and therefore our members' names are kind of besmirched, going forward for a very long time.
I had a question for you. They're twofold. One, and Bob and I were collaborating here. One question is, what is a policy violation, number one? And number two, some of this, is it not judgment where it's incumbent on whomever is citing the judgment is, that's a problem, shouldn't have done it, but we're going to hold it. Let's have the football game and we'll deal with it later. But that's judgment. But when we look at what's hard and fast, what is a policy violation very specifically? Can you tell us what that is?
Well, again, policy violations can run from benign failure to provide a substitute lesson plan for an absence is a policy violation, and it should be handled, and the teacher should be offered a corrective action to make sure she or he does that again. But policy violation can be relatively minor or more serious, but it's not illegal.
Now, what about in terms of the school? There are two ways to look at this. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but there's the policy violation that may or may not have been done by the coach, and has the school violated a policy? It's really a two-part question.
I don't, as of now, I don't believe the school has violated a policy with the sending of those emails. I'm almost certain that the board president, consulted with the attorneys and said, yes, we can do this. What we feel was violated was, well, one, it's unprecedented and has never been done in our district. And in doing some conversations with the Office of Counsel with NYSERD, our NYSERD labor relations specialist, most districts reserve those kinds of notifications for very serious violations, usually acts that would be considered illegal. So it just seemed way out of proportion to what the alleged incidents were. Again, I go back to Mr. McLean's characterization of just heavy-handedness.
Marty, let me just jump in with a question, which is the great mystery here, right? What exactly is the alleged policy violation in the case of the coach?
It's pretty much out there. I'm not sure I'm authorized to speak about it, but it pretty much is as it's appeared. It was about a student in distress, I guess is the word that's been used, and helping that student, leave, place that student in the custody of her father to escort her home to whatever care would be needed.
As opposed to what?
What is the policy?
So that's a good question, because it seems to be. I understand that they're saying there should have been other, more formal way of a child leaving the building, signing out and those kinds of things that was not followed. I can believe it, but I believe in the past, I can go back to, other incidents where certain staff members, including administrators, notified a parent to say, come pick up your child. And
I'm just going to say, as somebody who was a parent that had 4 kids go through the school system, and now I don't have any kids in the school system, so nobody can do anything about it. There were occasions.
Go ahead, Robert.
Where I took my kids out of school.
Don't you want to help me with them? Go ahead, Robert.
Without telling anybody, I just told my kids, come into the car because we got to go run someplace, go to the doctors, whatever, and we didn't bother going through the process of checking in, checking out. And what would happen is you'd get a harshly worded note saying, don't do that. Mm-hmm. But the onus for taking a kid out of the school is actually on the parent. And my understanding is the parent came to the school.
Yes.
And if the parent violates the policy, okay, well, they get a sharply worded letter from the principal.
Well,
but that's about it.
Frankly, if the member violated the policy, then a letter reminding the member of this is the proper protocol. But frankly, I'll be honest. I think if I ask, which I probably will end up doing, please show me chapter and verse in the board policy or the back of the handbook.
Well, of course.
I don't think I'm going to see it.
Well, if I may, go ahead, Mark.
If I could jump in here, all of this speaks to a point the focus squarely on the board and its leadership for taking this opportunity to settle a personal vendetta.
Well, that's a concern I have.
I certainly agree, and it becomes more apparent with each passing day that they don't interview Coach Lorenzo, that they don't expedite a meeting, that it really seems like a punitive way to keep him off of the field, away from the practices, and ultimately I think their goal is to make sure he's not able to MC.
Let me postulate this. Let me postulate this to the three of you, if I may. There is the element here, in fairness, that we don't know. We don't know what they were thinking or why they behaved the way they did. Now, we can surmise that it was personal. We can surmise, and maybe with knowledge that I don't have, but we do need to wait and see what it is, the policy that he's alleged to have violated.
Agreed, but we're not going to see any resolution until they actually will sit down with the coach and interview him and get his perspective on what happened. It happened Wednesday, and we're still conducting this thorough investigation without having spoken.
Oh, good, Mark. If you let Mark speak, he said.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead. That's okay.
We can be informed by the kid get to facts around this case. And I think the one of the things that Mr. Daly brought in that I think is very important is that they sent that email out on the other teacher a week later.
Yeah, he mentioned that.
When they sent the email out for Coach D. And that speaks to me that they were covering.
Well, it sounds like an equivalency thing. I get it.
What was going to do because they didn't want to be attacked as not treating the two cases.
Before you go,
they've handled it
so they double back and they send up this email a week later in order to protect and inoculate themselves.
Okay, listen up. I
agree.
First of all, we got to move on. I have one more question, and then we got to wrap it up. And this is a question from a pedestrian talk show host who doesn't have I'm serious, who doesn't have the intricate knowledge that, say, Bob Cox does, which is why he's here. And this is just a common sense guy that used to be an executive. At what point does Mr. Daly get to sit down with either Amy Mazelli or the superintendent and say, hey, we've got to work this out and have a frank conversation? Does that ever happen, or does this always have to be out?
I am actually hoping that will happen. I can't speak to sitting down with the board president. Usually, the governance structure would be I would sit down with the superintendent. I certainly am willing to sit with Ms. Moshelli at any time, but usually when the union and the district are at odds, it's between the union leader and the superintendent. And I'm certainly willing to have that conversation. I am eager to hear why this is being delayed and why this is being treated in such I keep going back to Minister McLean, heavy-handed manner when it doesn't seem, based on the facts that I'm aware of, to be that this manner doesn't seem to be warranted.
Okay, I got to put a wrap on it.
Just to say, also would it's not just, and I think a couple people have a couple people have alluded to it. It's not just about Coach D for us. It's about these emails that go out district-wide. Is that new policy that every time a teacher is reassigned to home pending an investigation, their names are going to be sent out to community?
Understood.
That needs to be stopped. And
so listen, we've got to go. I can't thank you both enough. Sir, thank you so much. Reverend McLean, thank you. Oh, you're more than welcome. I'm sure we'll talk again. But I want to thank you. And, of course, we're talking Martin Daly, the union rep. I'm going to be sure I get it right.
Fuse.
What?
Fuse. Yeah.
Confused or fuse?
Sometimes both.
Sometimes it's hard to say.
Reverend McLean, I'm the one who's confused if you haven't figured that out. Thank you so very much. Bob Cox, what are you thinking? Where do we go from here, sir? I'm the confused one. Oh, yeah, you're up.
I think, first of all, I think that there was some news made there, and I think those were good people to hear from.
Very reasonable guy, Mr. Daly, I thought.
Yeah, well, I think that we got a good idea of what the issues are from the perspective of the union and on the due process, and about whether or not this is new policy and all that kind of stuff. I understand that issue. And then, the other part of it is hearing from Mark, who I think is the president of the NAACP, can speak for the black community. I think what you have is some serious damage control that needs to be done by the district, because they have really alienated two very important constituencies in this community, and as Marty was alluding to, and for what? Because this sounds like a fairly trivial issue in my view. And I go back to this. I heard what was being said there about what's been going around, and the football parents who put out their statements, and the key allegation seems to be that this parent took the kid home without going through the normal process. Well, that's actually on the parent. That's the parent's the one who violated the policy, not the coach. If he didn't interfere in the parent doing it or something like that.
That's frankly what we don't know. We don't know, and again, the question is how egregious is it? But we don't know that maybe he was supposed to call someone and didn't, or involve another person and didn't. We don't know that.
First of all, the person who would know is Marty, because it would be in the union contract.
I see.
Okay, as to what the obligations are of staff in that case, and he doesn't know of exactly what it is that he violated. The other violation could presumably be that you have a student in medical distress, and I was on the school SAFE committee, which deals with security protocols, and the protocol for everything in the school, whether it's a bomb threat or a student who's in medical distress or having a seizure, it's always the same. Call 911. That's the procedure. Well, from my understanding of this story, there was district employees who were present in the cafeteria where this incident took place, and they didn't call 911. So, maybe that shouldn't happen. Maybe she's in medical distress. I mean, the story is that she had ingested a lot of alcohol.
What we seem to like my new English. What we seem to have here is the coach. Someone needs to talk to the coach and give him a fair hearing, but also we need to give the school district, seems to me, a fair hearing and find out. What I'm inferring, at least so far, is something happened, but if it was trivial, why did it result in all this?
Well, I think that you heard Mr. Daly say something there at the very end, which was interesting, which is that his belief is that this slow walking the investigation is a deliberate attempt to effectively suspend him from coaching for the rest of the year.
God. Well, they'd have to have a pretty good reason, Bob.
Well, I don't know what his reason is.
No, but I'm assuming, but I'm not saying that his reason for saying that, if the school district would keep him off the field through some kind of vengeance, that would be so egregious.
Well, but also
this fury would increase.
I'm not even speaking to motivation. He's speaking to what they're effectively doing, which is every day that goes by
is another day towards that. Yeah.
On the practice field, he is not at the game, and this season, could end at the next game.
But what has
hope it doesn't. But
then the question becomes: anyone logical asks, what would be his malfeasance or error that would record that kind of?
Well, I think what you're hearing is that there's some underlying animosity here that actually isn't specific to the issue. And you heard from Mark, he brought up the athletic trainer issue, and I did look into that. And at the meeting Thursday with the parents, Bishop Feston Leak, who is a well-known figure in this community, is very involved with the football team. He sits on the Municipal Service Commission. He made remarks demanding that the superintendent state that she wasn't, quote, carrying water for somebody else. And then he brought up the medical director,
which relates to that story.
Okay. So I don't know if that's true or not, but that is the context for the reaction to what's going on here. And the allegation is that they had a running dispute about this athletic trainer, and that part of this is the medical director is upset with the way the coach behaved regarding that issue, and then this came up, and she took advantage of this to stick the knife in.
That is the theory.
That's the allegations that are out there. I know it would be nice if it could be addressed.
Well, sooner or later, it's going to have to be addressed. This issue's not going to go away until we hear more from all sides. Bob Cox, I can't thank you enough. Nice job today. Again, Reverend McLean, the union head, we've got to hit you with one more time of traffic. Now, we have reached out to the superintendent and the board president, Amy Mazzelli, and we do expect to hear from them, and we will have them on as well. Chris, a little bit of traffic. Let's give them weather one more time. Hold on, I got to put your mic on. My hands are tied up here. There you go.
Thank you very much. The weather is brought to you exclusively by United Hebrew of New Rochelle, voted one of America's best rehabilitation and senior care campuses. It's right here in New Rochelle. Visit uhgc.com. And the temperature right now is 38 degrees. It won't get much warmer than that. High will hit 40. Tonight, mostly cloudy, a mix of snow and rain, but the snow will not stick. Temperature will be around 35 degrees. Tomorrow, mostly cloudy, temperatures in the upper 40s, 48. Wednesday, partly sunny and breezy. The high will be 46. And Thursday will be sunny skies and 50 degrees, the nicest day of the week. And I'm Chris Conway for Radio Westchester.
Thank you very much, Chris. And we're going to say goodbye to everybody today. I want to thank our guests. Great job by all. Vincent early today. George Latimer. Remember, he made news today too, Chris. He has literally cut his own term to 2 terms. He has proposed, and the paperwork's already in the hand of the legislature. He is going to has set term limits for the county executive position to 2 terms. Jeff Deskovic, the CEO of the Deskovic Foundation for Justice, former honoree himself, just passed the bar, adding even more to his legendary story. Greg Luisi, the mayor of Tuckahoe, and of course Bob Cox came in and did some fine work with us discussing this issue in New Rochelle. Remember, there are all sides to that story. We will hear from the superintendent and Amy Maselli, the board president. They'll probably come in together. We will make sure that happens. We want to give everybody a fair hearing on this. But as I mentioned, Chris, during a rather pedestrian moment in my tiny brain, it just seems to me right for 2 people to sit down and sort this out.
You would think that would be the logical way to end this.
It's good to see you again today. We'll see you again, of course, tomorrow. Again, those are the guests. I also want to thank our sponsors today. Of course, United Hebrew of New Rochelle, top-rated campus of senior care. Visit uhgc.com. Aging Issues Management and their evolving subsidiary, Aging Issues Radio. The law firm of Payne and Com. Remember, they will soon be featuring a couple of shows, one in English, one in Spanish, for people who need the kind of law advice and counsel they provide. Plug-in virtual reality. Call us up at 914-727-2726 and we'll arrange for your coming here. And right after the grand opening, when we hear from the city, we will be offering free samples of that, but we'll also take virtual reality out to your home. And Dominic Cigars, Dominic Cigars, licensed retail with a big selection, including Arturo Fuente, Padron, and more. Dominic's Fine Cigars, located at 204 Boston Post Road, Larchmont, New York. They're open 7 days. For all of us here at the train station, the conductor, the engineers, and me, Bob Marrone, thank you so much for listening. And tomorrow, another great show ahead. Thanks.